Okay, how's everyone doing today? It's mostly gonna just do some fun stuff and then like some couple quick news updates and everything. Mostly surrounding the QP strike, the second QP strike. Some emergencies act stuff, some updates on Brazil, the stuff that's going on with the children's medicine, and then some fun space stuff. Should be should be some fun. So yeah, I guess we'll just hop into things right away and start off with some news.
We want to begin this morning with the ongoing labor dispute between Ontario's education workers and the province. QP gave a 5-day strike notice Wednesday after talks with the government broke off once again. Workers are set to walk off the job on Monday if a deal is not reached. Joining me now for more is Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce. Welcome, Minister.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. So, Minister, both sides here have come out saying that they remain at the table. So, can you explain to us where things may have broken down, where negotiations currently stand between the union and the government?
For sure. The government has been motivated to keep kids in school. I think that's what's guiding our policy, given that these kids have been through such exceptional challenges over the past few years. Started with strikes by the education sector, unions, and then, of course, a global pandemic. And I think the learning loss, the mental and physical health, and the
The funny thing is that he clearly has not learned his lesson at all. Like you would think that after like the first time he would have learned his lesson, but no. He's he is more smooth brained than myself. And like I didn't even know that was possible, to be perfectly honest. Like, come on, bro, just increase their fucking working conditions. That's all you have to do.
regression and social development is really critical, and we cannot trivialize the impacts of further strikes on kids. It's why I think a lot of us are perplexed to be in this position today. The government was asked to withdraw Bill 28, the legislation we introduced responding to their first strike a few weeks ago. So we did that in good faith. We removed and revoked the bill in its entirety, and then 48 hours later, they
Despite the fact that, they literally went on strike for like 2 days. And, when you actually did decide to go to the negotiation table, it was for like a 3% raise or something like that. Like, bro, that's just dog shit.
announced a strike notice, putting 2 million children potentially out of school effective Monday. And I think that is rather questionable and concerning, especially recognizing that we as well were asked to increase supports for the lowest paid workers. And I can confirm that we've added $335 million more dollars just from last week to the current week of additional salary increases for QP workers alone. We were asked to return to go to a flat wage, not a differentiated wage for the lower or the higher income workers. So we did that. We went to a flat raise. We were asked to maintain the best pensions and benefits and sick leave, and for no concessions. We did that too, and it didn't get us a deal. And I think a lot of us are a bit frustrated by the moving goalpost of QP, right? Like we have materially
No,
improved the
no, no,
offer.
no, no. You can't do that. You can't do that. Part of their initial request was better working conditions, as well as hiring more, uh, like early education workers, EAs, secretaries, and janitors. You can't do that. They're not moving the goalpost. You guys are just being dishonest with the about it. Like it's not cool, man.
We've removed the bill, and now they have a role to play to stay at the table and not walk out on kids. So I think a lot of us are rather disappointed that children will be the casualty again of the union,
Oh my
who's on a
god.
path to a strike in the pursuit of much higher pay, even though they've got a materially better deal before them of $300+ million just for their members. So I really hope that they'll accept the proposal before them so that we can move forward and let these kids get back to class with some stability that they deserve.
So, Minister, the union and the government have appeared to find some kind of common ground on wages. But the union is saying that, you're mentioning making sure that kids can succeed, giving them the supports that they need. The union is saying that
The funny thing is that like the Ford government actually doesn't give a shit about like if the kids succeed or not. Like they cry about like the education for the children, but yet they do everything in their fucking power to completely nullify the effects that the learning of students, whether they have like some form of mental disability or like, you know, even things like keeping the school like operational and running and clean.
increase in wages doesn't really matter, essentially, if there isn't any movement on job security and investing in more supports for students in schools, in classrooms, like early childhood educators, educational support workers for kids with special needs. Where does the government stand on those particular issues?
They don't care.
Well, it's interesting because we never heard about services for students until yesterday. It was all
Wait, what? No, that's not even true. Like, we covered like the Keepy strike initially on the broadcast, but you know, as soon as the you know that was like one of the things that they wanted. They wanted higher wages for their lower paid workers, and they wanted better conditions for the children who desperately need it. So that means things like hiring more workers and, you know, making the conditions a lot better for them as well. Like not just the students, but the workers themselves. Like the government is so fucking anti-union that it's just ridiculous, man.
about salary. In fact, we were at the table with the negotiator and our mediator rather 2 days ago. The fault line was salary, right? Remember where we started 2 weeks ago? The union decided to announce a strike vote on a Sunday because they weren't getting an 11.7% increase each and every year, 33%.
And they should have,
nearly 50%
honestly.
in compensation. That's what started this all. The government then, after responding,
It wasn't just that. That's a lie.
legislation and urged the union to work with the government so that we didn't have to pass the legislation. They proceeded on the strike. And then we said, okay, look, we'll withdraw Bill 28. We'll increase our offering. We'll support the lowest paid workers even more by $330 million more.
And like the funny thing is that like they were really, really mad about like, you know, you imposing the notwithstanding clause against them as well. That does not help your case or make you look good at all.
And we'll protect your staff. And to your question, we'll hire more workers. There's been 7,000, nearly 7,000 more education workers hired in this province under our progressive conservative government. We increased funding by $650 million this year alone. And over the course of the contract, we're proposing 1,800 additional education workers and roughly 800 teachers to be hired by maintaining and protecting a fund that otherwise would lapse. That's going to enable us to have more people to support our kids.
But with
I just
respect,
think,
Minister, the union, CUPE, has come back saying that number, 1,800 more workers, more staff, that number is not actually enough to cover the need.
Yeah, that seems very, very small for even just like the Ontarian education system and like what they're asking for. Like 1,800 workers is nothing.
In schools right now, that there are classrooms where there's only a teacher, there's not, you know, an early childhood education support worker or an education somebody who is in that field to add that additional support that kids in kindergarten classes, for example, might need. So there seems to be a shortfall there. Is government willing to add more to that number?
No.
So the short answer is we're going to hire 1,800 additional workers after hiring 7,000 more in the province. Like there's 7,000 more education workers hired in this province under our government, and we're going to hire several thousand more. That's the answer. We're going to increase funding by another $650 million for the current school year, $3 billion.
I'll honestly believe that when I see it, because the thing is that with a conservative government, they're gonna fuck over everyone anyways. So, and like whenever you hold them to scrutiny, they'll be like, oh well, it's the fucking woke mob or some dumbass shit like that. It's just like, come on, bro, stop fucking stop fucking lining your pockets with taxpayer dollars, and as well as like giving it to your friends and shit. Like, no, that we're paying fucking taxes in order to have our schools operational, as well as our healthcare operational, and a multitude of different services as well.
Ours more than when we started under the former Liberals. So that answers that question. We're going to continue to increase staffing. What the question we haven't heard an answer from is what's changed, right? Like for the entire 90 days, we've been talking salaries. All of a sudden, we're now talking about something else because the goalpost has moved. The greatest impediment to a deal today is CUPE
the
themselves.
goalpost was not moved, bro.
Yes for an answer. So I urge the union to accept the proposal that increases their wages. It's always been about pay. It always is, frankly. It's the one thing that unites.
What? That's not even true. Like, coming from like just work in general, or like having like more work experience than this fucking clown. No, it's not always just about money. Yes, an increase in pay is always nice, but that's not necessarily the only thing that a vast majority of workers want. They do also want like better or new equipment, so they don't have to use the shit equipment that their workplaces provided them. They want better working conditions as well, like having it be more clean, having it be more safe, stuff like that. No, it's not just about wages. Wages is an aspect of it, but it's not the only aspect of it, if that makes sense.
Premier Bob Rae and Kathleen Wynne and Mike Harris and Doug Ford. It's the fact that unions have striked over the last 30 to 40 years on the basis of demanding more pay and benefits and entitlements. And we know we offer our staff a good deal. It's the best in Canada. We pay them the highest. They make the most in our schools, doing the exact same job in any sector of the economy in this province. But we know there's more we can do, which is why we've stepped up in a big way with $330 million more dollars, more staffing, and a commitment to maintain those pensions and benefits I know many people watching probably don't have themselves. So we're going to stay focused on a deal. I hope the union will work with us and the mediator to get a deal that keeps these kids in school where they belong.
So, Minister, just finally here, I did want to ask, the union has served its strike notice. Workers could be off the job as of Monday. If both sides are not able to come to a deal, will the government invoke the notwithstanding clause to ban strikes again?
Here's the thing, like, if they do, they are incredibly stupid, because they saw how well it went over last time, which was not very fucking good. Like, it made Doug Ford and Stephen Lecce look like complete assholes. And if they do invoke it again, that's just going to make them look bad, like even worse than what they are currently. Like, Doug Ford is like on the cusps of being like one of the worst premiers in all of Canada. Like, he is up there with Danielle Smith and Scott Moe. Like, sorry, but Doug is not looking too great. And like, the funny thing about Doug is like, it's not even new. Like, he's done this stuff even like pre-pandemic. So it's idiotic. Like, if I remember correctly, I think he might have invoked the notwithstanding clause probably the most in Ontarian history. I could be wrong on that, though. I'm not 100% sure.
We've been clear we're not going to be introducing a bill like 28. We're going to stay at the table and negotiate in good faith. And I think the union will have to explain why they believe it is prudent to walk out on children again after committing to stay at the table when the government committed to withdraw Bill 28.
They've already stated the reason why.
And yet here they are striking again, part of a never-ending demand on government for more pay when we pay them better than all provinces in the country. We pay them better than any sector of the economy in this province, right? $27 an average hourly pay. And so I think what's before the union is not just fair, it is highly competitive, particularly when you.
Even if that is true, dog, inflation has been like exploding and popping off lately. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the news or anything, but yeah, no, that does hurt for sure. Like when you have people literally working 2 fucking jobs in order just to like live, like it's ridiculous. That should not be happening at all. But no, it's more than just fucking wages. Can't just hammer home on fucking wages.
Consider the months of the duration of their work, 10 months a year, with a great deal of time off that's paid and a job security that most folks don't have. I mean, during the pandemic, when people were being laid off, our education workers were overwhelmingly able to, and teachers to stay home and get paid with the security they deserved. And I want to thank them for their work. It's why we're going to increase their pay and hire more of them. I just think
yeah, he thanks them for their work by literally enacting the notwithstanding clause and taking their rights away. Oh, that's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, keep supporting the education workers like that. You love to see it.
Of our discussions is about salary, and it frankly should be about kids who should be in school on Monday. And I know that these impacts are real on parents, on the economy, on children's mental health. And that's why I think we've got to put them first today. We've got to come around, come together for the interests of children who I think have been through a lot in this province.
Okay, Ontario Education Minister Stephen Lecce, that is all.
I mean, like, no one is arguing that students within Ontario haven't been going through a lot. Like, especially as of lately, you know, like they had the pandemic, they had schools closing down for 2 days due to the strike, a multitude of other different factors as well. Like, no one's saying that, you know, students haven't been going through a lot. Of course they have. Like, literally every fucking student within the country has been. It's just that some other provinces are willing to negotiate with school unions. What is this audio?
Our government has been guided by a position and a belief that children need to be in the classroom, that they belong in the classroom. After 2 very difficult years of pandemic disruption, we know that there's no better place for a child in front of their educator with their friends. They've been through so much mental, physical impacts, as well as academic regression. And so the government said we would do everything humanly possible. Our premier made a commitment to do everything humanly possible to keep kids in class. And today I'm proud to confirm that the parties have come together to reach a tentative agreement that will provide stability for children, keep kids in the classroom for 2 million children who will be learning tomorrow. This is a positive outcome for all the parties. But the biggest beneficiary of this deal is our kids, who are going to have some stability and be able to stay in school with the full benefits of extracurriculars and clubs and sports, the educational benefits, the tutoring. All of this will be provided to our children tomorrow and every day as we aim to get to keep them in school. So this is a positive outcome. We are grateful to all the parties for working with the government. We've been very clear in what will guide us every day. Kids deserve to be in class, and I'm proud to confirm they will be tomorrow.
Minister, the union was demanding more services,
Today.
an ECE in every kindergarten class. Did the government agree to that?
So while the deal is before ratification, I do need to respect that process. But what I can confirm is all parties, the government, union, trustees, all of us leave this tentative agreement with positive outcomes for what we were trying to advance. I think all parties have been able to receive some incremental wins. The greatest beneficiary of this deal is our kids who are going to be in school. That's what matters.
Doesn't really answer the question, my guy.
Or government winning. It's about our kids, and they're going to be in class. They're going to be learning in class tomorrow, where frankly they always should have been. And so I think this is a material win for working parents, They've been very incredibly patient, and I know this has been a very anxious process, but I'm happy we could provide some certainty to you that these kids are going to stay in school, that they're going to learn in school, and it is our aim to keep them there right to June.
Can you say,
Minister, did it have to come to this? I spoke with a lot of anxious parents today who said they've
Here's the thing, like if the government initially went to the fucking bargaining table and avoided the first strike completely, like it would have been significantly better. And like even when you did go to the negotiation table and completely like not hearing outside of like hearing CUPE's demands outside of a fucking wage increase, like it was inevitable that it was going to have to come to this eventually, because these fucking morons don't listen to anything else outside of like money, money, money. Like it's just silly.
had enough of this uncertainty. Did it have to come to this?
I think it's important that we provided a deal that keeps kids in class. I think it's been critical from day one that these kids never left the classroom. I've been very clear. I believe children deserve, they have a right to be in class. Nothing should matter more. And so I think it is important that we focus really on the positive outcome, which is the kids are going to be in class. They're going to have stability. They're going to have the supports that they deserve, and that they're going to be learning in front of their educator, which I believe is so important. So, I know this has been a long road for so many families, but I think the most important outcome we could achieve today is some stability for the working parents, for the kids and the staff, all of whom are going to be learning and working tomorrow. And this is a great outcome for kids. Appreciating it's been a long road, but I'm very grateful that the parties came together to keep kids in the classroom.
so Minister, how long will that stability last? You have other unions that will be asking for potentially more now that they've
Wait,
seen
what?
all that was offered to one of the unions as part of the public education system.
No
Do you
shot,
say
bro.
stability will last? What if the government, as they said that Doug Ford.
Let's go.
What happens?
I can't believe that, bro. Trump is back on Twitter. Oh, this is awesome, man. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I did not expect Trump to come back on Twitter, bro. Awesome, bro.
What happens the next time?
We're gonna get some banger tweets.
We're never going to leave the table. We're going to continue to make the case kids deserve to be in class. This has to be about our kids, not ourselves. We've got to put them first, and this government has demonstrated reasonableness. We've demonstrated we're going to focus on children, on their mental, physical, and academic success, and we put them first every step of the way, which is why we're able to deliver in partnership with our other parties that will provide some stability to children in Ontario. And I think what we're signaling to everyone is a resolute commitment to keep these kids in the classroom, because there's no reason why these kids should be home.
Minister, what is the status of those other negotiations with the teachers' unions?
We continue to have good faith negotiations with all education unions we have through the summer. We'll continue to be at the table to get a deal that keeps kids in the classroom.
Is CUPE getting that 15% over 4 years, that last offer you made? Is that what they took?
So as we just have inked tentative agreement, we need to, of course, respect the process of ratification. What I can confirm to the people of this province is that we brought forth a deal that every party leaves the table with something that they wanted to advance. And the biggest beneficiary of this tentative agreement are our kids and our families who are going to be in school tomorrow.
Have you talked to Laura Walton?
Bro, he didn't even want to answer any more questions. Like, come on, bro.
So what changed then in talks over this weekend in order to get a deal?
Basically, what we have been told by this government is that they are not willing to budge any further. We are bringing it to our members to have the vote. It is time for this to be a worker-centered fight. It's always been worker-centered. It's always been worker-led. Perhaps when the members speak, this government will listen.
Is it an acknowledgement then that the government moved enough on salaries that you feel that this is enough to take to your members?
This is an acknowledgement that we have reached at the bargaining table what we are able to do. It's now time for the workers to have their voice heard. Allison?
Hi, Laura. So to confirm, the tentative deal today, it's me, yep, is no different than what was offered last week. No difference whatsoever.
Yep. Contrary to what the minister has been talking about, he didn't offer anything and there isn't anything. And so at this point, we are bringing it back to the members. The government's folks that are here, the two lawyers that are here, have made it clear that there was no other option and that the Treasury Board wasn't even interested in listening to any other options. So at
I mean,
this
they
point, we
rarely
taking
are,
it to
though.
the members to make a decision.
And you said that you heard from your members. Did you have people reach out after your press conference last week to sort of come forward and say, hey, that actually sounds pretty good on wages. We want to vote for that. You don't need to push any further on this staffing thing. Just let us vote on this salary increase.
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about how tentative agreements come. We had a lot of people who spoke out and said this isn't enough, or I need the services. We heard from
As well as, like, I don't think that, like, most people in Canada aren't unionized. So I also don't think that they understand on how, like, tentative agreements work either. So there's that aspect to it as well.
many parents that said, thank you for fighting for these services. Unfortunately, this government isn't willing to give for services. Unfortunately, this government isn't going to be protecting kids. We are going to take this back to the workers. The workers will make the final decision. If it's ratified, it will move forward as a collective agreement. If it's turned down, we'll be back to the table. Ahmed?
Hey, Laura, can you speak a bit more about wages? Because I know that, the union had been pushing for higher wages for the lowest paid education workers that it represents. Can you speak a bit more about, what the union has agreed with the government on when it comes to wages?
So the union has agreed to a $1 flat rate. And when I say agreed, we have accepted that as part of the tentative agreement, and the members will choose whether it's agreed to or not. This is more than we've maybe seen in public sectors, but I think it also falls very short of what workers need in this current climate. And it still falls very short of what the minister himself received. But once again, we are bringing back what we feel is available at the table today. The members will have the say. The members will tell us what they need to do. If the members do not accept it, we will be back.
All right. When you filed for the 5-day notice, you said that the government's refusal to invest in services was the reason you were making this escalation. After the union had ended the first job action, you said in a letter to members that the union faced the possibility of losing public support if we were seen to be responsible for keeping kids out of school. My question is, was the union worried about optics this time going into, another strike, a second strike? Is that why you accepted this agreement?
Yeah, I think we need to be clear. We haven't had a second strike. As a matter of fact, we've never had a first strike. We went on a political protest because this government ripped apart.
True. It was no strike. It was a political protest.
The rights of workers. So there hasn't been a first strike or a second strike. This would have been our first strike. The previous political protest was in response to the draconian legislation that this government put forth in an attempt to crush workers. I think, one of the things that we're always trying to monitor is what is the best route as we move forward. And it became very clear to us that the best route for us was to move forward in a way that gave workers the democratic right to use their voice. That's something that I wish was done more in many other spaces, but this has always been a worker-led fight, and the workers will let us know what they need.
So would you say that the union has conceded on services when it comes to services and investments?
No, and I want to be clear, the union is the workers. There isn't two different places. Just like the union can't close schools, that happens by school boards. The workers are going to have the ability to have a voice in what they want to do, and that is the way it should be. And we look forward to them having that opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Carolyn?
Hi, Laura. So just listening to your tone here, it seems like you do not like this deal. Am I wrong?
Well, listen, as a mom, I don't like this deal. As a worker, I don't like this deal. As the president of the OSBCU, I understand why this is the deal that's on the table. I think it falls short. I think it's terrible that we live in a world that doesn't see the need to provide services to kids that they need.
True.
But we will always put workers first. We will always put our students first. And that's why there will not be a strike tomorrow. That's why we're taking it to the workers. And that's why we hope to have it completed, the ratification vote completed by Sunday, a week today.
But what do you expect members to do? Aren't you and the bargaining team supposed to bring forward the best possible deal, or the deal that you think is best to workers? I mean,
I
what
think I think the key word in there, Carolyn, is possible. And when you're being told by the government that there is no possible way that they're going to improve, then you have to do the right thing as a leader, which often is very uncomfortable. And you need to.
It is very hard to do the right thing sometimes, because if you do want to do the right thing, even like excluding like union work as well, if you actually like want to do the right thing, it's very it's very hard to do so, because people will you'll always get inherent pushback from it, regardless of whatever it is you're trying to do. So
bring it forth to the workers to use their voice. Harrison? Harrison?
Muted.
Wyatt, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to, I know you had mentioned that the voting for the tentative agreement amongst CUPE's members will begin on Thursday. You also said that if that vote is turned down, that you will be back at the table. Just hypothetically speaking, I mean, it's basically 6 o'clock on a Sunday evening. If, say, this strike hadn't have been adverted, then parents would have been scrambling last minute to try to find care for their children. I guess just how can you ensure that there is, I guess, a certain level of certainty in future rounds of negotiations for parents? And I guess how can you ensure that you're being transparent with parents?
I think right now there is no certainty for any of our schools, because this government fails to put the services and funding in place to keep them. Right now we're seeing record high pediatric illnesses because our schools don't have enough custodians to keep them clean. All I can say is that the workers are going to use their voice. We have been extremely transparent. Parents have been able to follow along with us. As a matter of fact, parents created our proposals with us. We will continue to keep them apprised of every step of the way. And it doesn't mean that if this is turned down next Sunday, that we're out on the street the next day. We would have to serve another 5-day notice before we would even be able to entertain another strike.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Morgan?
Hi, yes. I wanted to know, kind of along those lines, like if you get to next Sunday and there's a ratification vote and it's voted down, what would the procedure, what would the process be like there? What would the timeline look like? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think we saw this with our friends at ATU, right? Their membership voted down the collective agreement, and then it went back to the table. I am not going to prejudice ongoing negotiations or the ongoing vote with trying to assume I know what's going to happen, right? What would happen is if it is turned down, we would be sending, a message over saying, unfortunately, we were unable to get this deal ratified. We need to get back to the table. Lisa?
Hi, Laura. Just in speaking with a lot of parents today, it really sounds like they're fed up, with the uncertainty, with their kids. Is there a strike? Is there no strike? Do we have to do online learning? Did it have to get to this point for them?
No, I don't think that there's a need for it ever to get to this point. But what it requires is having a government that's willing to come to the table and recognize the
What the heck is going on?
and recognize what's actually needed on the front line. I hope there are, other groups that are going to be coming after us. I hope that this government recognizes that, we need to do better. The people of Ontario have the majority in this province. They want investments in our education. They do not want any more cuts. And I hope that, that we can move forward and these can come into place. And let's be clear, investments in education don't always have to happen at the negotiations table. There is an opportunity for this government to recognize the needs that parents have in having safe, secure, and accessible schools. And that should be
100%.
happening. There should never be a parent who's asked to keep their child home because there's not enough EAs. There should never be a situation where schools are not maintained and cleaned daily. And if it doesn't happen at this bargaining table, then I hope that this government can recognize the need and do the right thing outside of negotiations as well. Ahmed and then Morgan.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it's like 6 p.m. on a Sunday night. What's your message to, parents and families who have been waiting? And like tomorrow there will be a school day for students in the province. What's your message amid, the unpredictability that this process has come with?
I think my message is that, we are going to do everything we can do to keep your kids in school. Not just around labor negotiations, but to keep your kids in school every single day of the school year. And that's really important to us right now because, right now there is so much instability, so much that's not normal, not because of labor negotiations, but because the current underfunding and current devaluing of education workers and of public education in general.
True.
And we're going to keep fighting. Long after this is over, we are going to keep fighting. We were there fighting before, and we're going to be beside them fighting as we move forward. All right, everyone, I do have to get back to the team. I thank you for joining us, and we'll be talking soon.
Recording stopped.
Fucking love that, bro. Okay. So they did avoid another strike, right? Let us jump into the article and then we'll move on to the last little bit of it and then we can have some fun. The Canadian Union of Public Employees says it has reached a tentative deal with the Ontario government to avert a strike after labor negotiations over the weekend. Quote, workers will be in school tomorrow and there will not be a strike, said Lauren Walton, the president of CUPE's Ontario School Board Council of Unions. CUPE said earlier that both sides have already reached an agreement on wages, even as the union kept pushing for certain staffing levels to be guaranteed. The union said the deal was no different than what the government offered last week, when the union issued a 5-day strike notice. That walkout, which would have came from 2 weeks after one another, was planned because the union said it was trying to secure staffing level guarantees for the province. But Walton said there was no new funding to guarantee the services that will be provided in schools for students. For that, to the parents and families, all I can say is I'm disappointed, and so is the entire bargaining committee, she said. What we have been told by this government is that they are not willing to budge any further. The deal will be taken to 55,000 education workers, such as early childhood educators, custodians, and administrative staff to vote on ratification. Walton said the union suspects that the vote will begin on Tuesday and it will be completed by next weekend. Education Minister Stephen Stefan Liche, said the new agreement will provide stability for children and keep kids in the classroom. This is a positive outcome. We are grateful to all of the parties for working with the government, Lecce said at a news conference Sunday. The biggest beneficiary of this deal is our kids, who are going to have some stability and be able to stay in school. The 4-year deal will include a $1 per hour raise for each year, or about 3.59% annually. But the union is still looking for $100 million in guarantees of higher staffing levels for education assistants, libraries, custodians, and secretaries, as well as an early childhood educator in every kindergarten classroom, and not just classes that have more than 16 students. The strike would have come to 2 weeks after CUPE's last walkout, which shut down many schools across the province for 2 days. The job action ended after the government promised to repeal a law that imposed contracts with CUPE members, ban them from striking, and use the notwithstanding clause to allow override of certain charter rights. The Ontario Public School Board Association says it will continue to negotiate a fair and fully funded agreement with other unions representing teachers and education workers. We are very pleased that the students will be in the classroom tomorrow, said OPSBA President Kathy Abram. This tentative agreement recognizes the important contributions of our vital education workers and the significant roles they play in our schools, end quote. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how the vote goes for sure. It could definitely be up in the air. But anyways, let's move on to the Emergencies Act stuff.
The Emergencies Act Commission wrapped up this week with appearances from high-ranking government officials. Janice Charette, the clerk of the Privy Council and the head of the Public Service, and Natalie Drouin, the deputy clerk. They both testified on the number of meetings between cabinet, senior officials, and the Prime Minister that ultimately led to the government invoking the Emergencies Act for the first time in that legislation's history.
There was some importance to try and get this moving once it looks like that's the direction things were going to be moving in. We wanted to be able to move quickly. And the Prime Minister, he will tell you his own story about this. He was eager to make the decision and to move forward.
Okay, as Ms. Charette said, the Commission will hear from the Prime Minister next week. We're all looking forward to that testimony. But first, we're going to go to the CBC's Karina Roman, has been following the testimony today. And Karina, these are some of the, these are the top-ranking officials in the Canadian government. What sort of insight did they give on how the Prime Minister came to the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act?
Well, I mean, they talked a lot about all the meetings and the steps that got them there, but let's get right to that first ministers' meeting on February 14th when that eventually the decision was made to invoke the Act. What was interesting, of course, with the Prime Minister meeting with the premiers, we know that some premiers were supportive, some not so much, but what was very clear from the testimony today is that meeting was a consultation. They were not looking for consent. Now, after that meeting, basically the wheels started moving in the direction of invoking the Act. Charette, the Privy Council, the clerk of the Privy Council, doing a memo for the Prime Minister recommending the Emergencies Act and with a basis for that recommendation. Now, this fundamental question that keeps coming up of whether the threshold was met in terms of the definition of a national security threat, lots of conversations about that it has to meet this Section 2 of the CSIS Act definition. And Others from the government this week saying, no, we're allowed to look more broadly than that at the cumulative effect of everything that was going on. Well, today we really got sort of our first lengthy insight into what was going on in the government's mind in terms of their rationale and how they got to that decision. So just to be technical, they relied heavily on Section 16 of the Emergencies Act, which allows for a broader definition. In layman's terms, basically it is the accumulation of everything that was going on. Have a listen to what Charette had to say.
The decision maker in the Emergency Act is not CSIS. There's nothing in Section 16 which says the governor and council, who is the decision maker, who's being asked to make the decision, has to ask CSIS if it's okay. The governor and council is asked to assess whether, on reasonable grounds, that there is an urgent, critical, national situation where the health, safety of Canadians, their lives, their livelihoods, the national security of the country is at threat of serious violence.
And so with that in mind, they did feel like the threshold was met and, of course, then invoked the act. She also talked about how in her decision, she was conscious of—
I mean, like, of course it was going to be, the threshold was going to be met. Like, that's the only reason why why the Liberals used it, as well as the NDP voting alongside them to pursue with the Emergencies Act. Like they were there for 3 weeks, dog. It was like you caused a lot of anxiety for people. You know, the cops not doing anything, as well as them sharing information, like classified information, with the organizers. That, you know, a vast majority of the like people there, like, were thinking about doing violence, but they didn't. Especially like in other parts of the country as well. So like, no, it's yeah, it's just silly.
Of all the accountability measures with the Emergencies Act. So she was comforted by how robust those measures were, that these were just going to be supplemental measures. They weren't going to supplant what provinces could do. They were targeted. There was a time limit. And of course, there's the Joint Parliamentary Committee that looks at it afterwards, and this very inquiry that's happening as an accountability measure as well.
Okay, so Ms. Charette and Ms. Drouin, they're the last officials to appear this week after really a string of advisors to the Prime Minister testified. Was their testimony today any different or explanatory from what the Commission had already heard this week?
There was quite an expansion on what we'd already heard this week so far from government officials, very much in line with, you know, the economic concerns that were going on, that kind of stuff, which we've heard a lot of this week. But there was quite some anticipation into what these officials would say about the Brenda Lucki testimony we heard earlier this week. That's the RCMP commissioner who said her thoughts on the fact that the policing tools had not been exhausted, that they had a good policing plan that did not require the Emergencies Act.
Yeah, and Lucky is completely right about that. Like, they did not exhaust, like, any of their fucking resources. You know, they still could have easily fucking did it. Because just imagine if this protest was, like, even, like, a little bit left-leaning. Like, if it was if it was even a little bit left-leaning, it would have popped, like, the cops would have popped off, like, almost immediately. Like, 100%.
That she was not called upon in a very key February 13th meeting of the incident response group. So she never relayed that information to the cabinet ministers and to the Prime Minister and others there. And of course, then we heard yesterday from the National Security Advisor saying if she had important information, there was nothing preventing her from bringing that up. Well, today, you know, Charette said, you know, that Brenda Lucki, if she didn't feel comfortable bringing something up at a meeting, that her door was always open for a one-on-one. But also we heard from Nathalie Drouin saying, well, of course the RCM commissioner will say that the police force can still do stuff. That's her job, is to express confidence in the police force.
True.
But then she went on to say this. Have a listen.
Can you imagine if we have waited for the commissioner to say, I'm overwhelmed, it's over, I can't do that? So we wouldn't have been in a situation of threat. We would have been in a situation where the threat would have materialized.
Now, Charette also added to that concept, that idea that the information that Brendan Lucky said she had that might have swayed minds in some people's heads about whether or not they should have invoked the act actually probably wouldn't have swayed either way, that it wasn't the be-all and end-all. It wasn't the only factor they were deciding, that there was so much on the table, so much information they were looking at, that it might not have been as pivotal as some people think.
Okay, Karina, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Karina Roman live tonight in Ottawa. Well, earlier this week, the Commission heard from other top government officials, including the National Security Advisor and the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Time now to bring in our weekly panel of experts. Stephanie Carvin is an associate professor at Carleton University's Norman Paterson School of International Affairs. Professor Carvin specializes in national security issues. Leah West is an assistant professor at the Norman Paterson School of International Affairs, and Professor West specializes in national security law. Stephanie Carvin, I'd like to start with you if I can. The Prime Minister's National Security Advisor, Jody Thomas, she testified this week, and she really took issue with the CSIS assessment that the convoy and all the related protests wasn't a national security threat, in effect saying that the CSIS definition is too narrow. The government needs to look at a broader picture than what CSIS is tasked with doing, and that really...
But, like, the thing is that, like, the convoy and subsequential, protests were 100% a national security threat. Like, white supremacists are, like, one of the biggest, organized forms of terror within the country. As well as we already know the fact that they were getting money from foreign supporters. So if that's not a national security threat, I don't know what is.
Maybe it all needs to be updated to reflect the modern reality. What's your take on her assessment?
So yeah, I mean, I don't think it was so much taking an issue with the CSIS assessment, but rather perhaps other people's interpretation of it, right? So CSIS is not the one that invokes the Emergencies Act. They don't give the yay or nay. They do give advice to the government to say whether or not, in their view, there is a threat to the security of Canada. And for a number of reasons, Jody Thomas said that they have to take that narrow view because of the level of scrutiny they're under, because of all the judicial authorities that they require, and because, you know, frankly, it's a pointy end of the stick agency. You know, they have to kind of be careful with how they actually use their powers. So they take a much more limited view as to when they can use their powers to address threats to the security of Canada. Her argument is that we're the government. We can take a much wider view of what these threats are and when we can use our powers, because, you know, we're doing different kinds of things and we can look at different kinds of information. So that was the argument put forward, not uncontroversially, but I think this is going to be the main point of contention from here forward.
Right, and so Leah West, what's your view of Jody Thomas's argument there?
So I think her argument wasn't necessarily well articulated, and that's why she tried to refrain from making it and left it for the clerk and legal lawyers today. And I think they just did a better job of articulating what their position was, really, which was, as Stephanie just said, it's not just about the threat to the security of Canada that CSIS would base an investigation on, but it's the totality of the circumstances, looking at the words in 2C and placing them kind of in a broader context. And so I think that is a very interesting take. It wouldn't be the conventional take on how one would interpret it. One would normally look to those who have the most robust understanding of the act and are most readily implementing it to understand what the act means. But I can see their argument, which is essentially with serious violence, threats to violence, we interpreted that much more broadly than CSIS would. And CSIS typically interprets that to mean terrorism and violent extremism. They were using a different understanding of the same words, which is a little bit different than we thought we would get, which was that, they were taking an entirely different interpretation or using an entirely different interpretation of what a threat to the security of Canada is. That's not actually what they were doing. They were just.
I mean, if they're using like a very narrow term for like terminology for the Emergencies Act, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because if we're using it more broadly, that just means that it could be enacted by whoever, whenever. Like, no, it's not necessarily a bad thing that it's narrow. And like, we literally had people wanting to incite violence and terrorism. So it's just silly.
Interpreting it much more broadly than we typically do in the context of a CSIS investigation.
Right, so if you sort of stack the testimony of the government officials brick by brick this week, it was essentially, there was this constellation of factors, right? The various border blockades, the economic threat, the growing threats of violence against political leaders, the inability to clear the blockades in the downtown. And I think the clerk said today that essentially the question of whether any other act other than the Emergencies Act could deal with this, she made the point that individual agencies using individual powers could deal with individual pieces of what was happening, but nobody could handle the totality of it. And Stephanie Carvin, that seems to be, when you look at all of that, the big picture and the inability of any smaller player to deal with the total picture is what seems to be their justification for this.
Yeah, and I think this is going to also be part of the debate going forward, right? Because, Leah and I, we've been on the show quite a bit now, and it's fun. But we've said, like at Coutts, Alberta, it was handled by the authorities there. The Windsor Bridge was handled by the Ontario Provincial Police there in conjunction with the Windsor Police. Ottawa, well, a bit of a disaster. But, so I think that's really going to be the point. Like, was this something that the individual pieces could handle, or was this something that needed to be dealt with as kind of a nationwide emergency on a temporary basis that did require the kind of not just even the powers of the Emergencies Act, but we've also seen some hints that the message that the Emergencies Act was sending was also useful. So I don't know how that's going to figure into the equation, but we have seen kind of hints of that in the testimony.
So Leah West, now that we've got a clear picture of what the government's argument is, do you think this makes the use of the act appropriate under the law? I mean, there's the letter of the law, I guess, a political argument of what Judge Rouleau is going to say, and I know you've been pretty skeptical to this point. Does anything you've heard here change your view?
Well, I think we have to go back to the original purpose of including the CSIS Act definition in the definition of public order emergency. And it was explicitly to make sure that a public order emergency was only declared in very narrow circumstances. So while there may be...
The thing is I don't think that the federal government wanted a January 6th of their own is the thing. Because like, if we had that, we would be made fun of. Let's be honest with ourselves. Like, if we like, they were all fucking talking about it. The main difference between our hogs and American hogs is that American hogs will actually fucking act on shit. Our hogs are just all talk and no bite for the most part.
Equities in favor of taking an expansive approach, that's explicitly what wasn't supposed to be done when the act was envisioned. I think that there is room for Justice Rouleau to say that the interpretation perhaps was justified in the circumstances, but I think that it does fly in the face of what that limitation in the act was originally intended to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know, Stephanie Carvin, in the opening weeks of this, you said the Emergencies Act contemplates everybody doing their job and things functioning up to this point. And we heard even testimony this week that Brenda Lucki, the RCMP commissioner, in that those two critical cabinet meetings on the 13th of February, the day before the act was invoked, she didn't speak up. She didn't brief the ministers that the police had a plan ready to go that didn't need the Emergencies Act. So given that omission, I mean, how does that play into the decision-making here by the government and maybe by the judge?
I'm going to start off by being blunt. I don't know how Brenda Lucki still has her job. I mean,
True.
Her interpretation, I guess, of police independence, which has been sketchy in some circumstances, such as Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia shootings, but then not
Yeah,
providing
that
any
was
kind of operational
fucking wild.
information with regards to a situation the government is now treating as a national emergency is mind-boggling. It was just it's a stunning choice, and we did see Jody Thomas come out and I'll just go ahead and use the term throw her under a bus in her testimony, saying basically we were not told. So is that also going to factor into Justice Rouleau's thinking that, you know, as the Emergencies Act is being contemplated, you know, and of course the Emergencies Act requiring that, you know, that you've kind of tried everything up until now. If the government wasn't aware that there had been a plan in place, you know, does that kind of make it more acceptable that they were under the impression that this tool was necessary? I think I could definitely see that argument being made, but you know, whether or not,
For sure.
you know, then if you knew there was a plan in place, why didn't you immediately revoke it? That might be something that the justice also considers.
Right, because
But there was no fucking plan put in place, is the difference, though.
there's what we know now in hindsight, and there's what people knew in the moment, which wasn't always clear in the real-time drama of all of this. But Leah West, just a final point. The politicians start testifying next week, culminating, we believe, with the Prime Minister. What are you going to be looking for from the actual decision-maker?
Expected next week. Omar Algaharbra. Anita and Bill Blair. Dina Freeland. David Lametti. Dominic Plonk. Marquio. Mendencio. Justin Trudeau.
When they start testifying next week, to fill in some blanks on this.
Well, again,
It's going to be an interesting week for sure.
Of the act and the drafters at the time, and they said, you know, we are not going to have a perfect understanding of what might happen when we're trying to contemplate whether or not to invoke the act. Right? They're working with their best guess, and I really want to understand the thought process of the elected officials when they were invoking the act. Because it's now time to establish that the ones who the people who actually chose to invoke it had those reasonable grounds, that they reasonably believed that you know, this definition, this more expansive definition, was met, and why they felt the need to invoke the act at that time. We haven't really heard a good enunciation of why February 14th was the time that the federal government was going to step in. What was the trigger? What was the tipping point that said, now we've got it? Because things were, you know, changing favorably in the days just around that decision.
Okay. Professor Carvin, Professor West, we'll do it again next week. Thanks so much.
Cheers.
All right, so what the hell was the guy's name again? The leftist guy. He's now president-elect and everything, and let's see what's going on. Oh yeah, it's Lula, that's right.
The man of the moment, with a frenzied crowd thrilled to anoint Lula as their climate champion. Brazil's president-elect arrived at the climate conference in Egypt to assure the world that a green Brazil is back.
Let's go, Lula.
No one is safe, he says. Climate emergency affects everyone, especially
True.
the more vulnerable. He promises to protect and defend the Amazon, to end deforestation by 2030, and punish criminals who profit from its destruction.
Let's go.
With all the doom and gloom of charred land and rising CO2 emissions, Lula injected optimism.
For me, it means a little bit of hope, because in the past years we didn't have climate policies.
I'm a very relief, and it's a real sign of hope to Brazilian people.
Indigenous Brazilians celebrated in the corridors, confident the new president will protect them and their threatened territories. But he won by just a sliver and faces fierce resistance from Bolsonaro, still intent on clearing more of the forest. There's no climate security for the world, he said, without a protected Amazon.
Ending
True.
deforestation is totally possible. It will not be overnight. It will be a process. I think international support for his agenda will be important, but Brazil needs to do his homework and to prove the world that he's deserve of all this support.
So a burst of energy and enthusiasm and a pitch from Brazil to hold this conference in the Amazon in 2025. Lula telling the world, don't delay, saying we can't continue to rush toward the abyss. Susan Ormus.
Let's go, Lula.
Canada's hospitals are seeing a troubling spike.
Yeah, so let's move on into the child the children stuff, you know, with the increase in hospitalizations and everything, and not being able to find children's medicine. Let's move into that discussion now.
Spike in pediatric patients. Are sick children getting the health care they deserve and need? Well, the answer depends on who you ask.
I would say
I
no.
want to give the people of Ontario reassurance that if your child is sick in the province of Ontario, you are going to get the health care you deserve and you need in a timely manner.
We have a crisis right now. It's the beginning of a crisis.
Things are just as serious, if not more serious, than they were at previous moments in this pandemic.
I don't think anywhere in the rest of Canada we've ever seen anything like this before.
Okay, for an inside look at the state of hospitals across the country, we're going to bring in a couple of doctors. Dr. Stephen Friedman is a professor of pediatrics and emergency medicine at the Cummings School of Medicine at the University of Calgary. Dr. Nick Blanchette is a pediatrician with Trillium Health Partners. Doctors, thanks for joining us. Dr. Blanchette, I'd like to start with you. You're in Toronto, and I wanted to get your reaction to something Ontario's health minister said today, that if your child is sick in the province of Ontario, you're going to get the health care you deserve and you need in a timely manner. Is that your experience with what's happening in hospitals right now?
No.
I will say, David, thank you for having us. My experience right now is timely would be a questionable term to put on that. You're getting the care you need, but the delays in when you're seeing that care delivered are definitely there. We've had the perfect storm of viruses arrive at the same time.
Yep.
So we're seeing a large number of children present to the emergency departments, and then those children there's a time of delay to see the emergency room physician, then to the pediatrician, all clogging up inpatient units right now. And I will say that stress is being felt across the system, from community hospitals to our children's hospitals, right all the way up through the pediatric intensive care units. And we certainly are seeing children in the community now where previously they would have been in a pediatric ICU bed. They're on pediatric medicine floors being followed carefully with the support of our pediatric intensivists. So I will say you're getting care. Whether we can term that timely, I would say there's certainly delays in the system just with the volume of children getting sick right now.
Dr. Friedman, how does that compare to what you're experiencing in your hospitals?
You know, we're similarly incredibly busy in the emergency departments. We have numbers dramatically higher, probably 50% higher than we typically would see on a usual day at this time of the year. We might see just over 200 patients per day, and now we're over 300. Having said that, children who are acutely ill, I still feel very comfortable saying, are getting the acute care they need when they need it. It's children who are unwell, uncomfortable, febrile for multiple days, runny nose, cough, vomiting or diarrhea, but not in acute need of medications or oxygen therapy. Those kids do wait a very prolonged period of time. And so we really are prioritizing the acutely ill, those in need of urgent care, and they're getting it in the time that they need it. But if your child is unwell, but not in distress in the sense of from a medical perspective requiring intervention urgently, then they can be waiting, during daytime hours, it's 5 to 7 hours often. Overnight times, you can get into double digits of 10, 12 hours easily at the Children's Hospital.
Right, and
sure.
Dr. Blanchette, we've seen, for example, here in Ottawa, we've seen the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario waits of 22 hours on some days, though it fluctuates up and down depending on the day and the time of day. But I wonder, when systems are under this much stress, you're sometimes forced to cut corners. So I wonder, is there things you can't get to or can't do because of the crisis that's happening right now in the health system here?
I would say I don't think so, David. I very much agree with Dr. Friedman. If you're an acutely unwell child, you are getting timely care. We are addressing those needs early, and those children are being treated very well. I mean, they're getting the expertise of the physicians, the respiratory therapists, the nurses, and they are getting care. I think it is the group of children who come in and they're uncomfortable, they're unwell, but their time just to be seen and receive care is long. And as you rightfully said, the wait time can vary. It can vary from being seen within hours to longer stays, depending on what is being seen in the emergency departments right now.
So Dr. Friedman, I know any sort of viral wave eventually crests and comes down. I mean, do you have a sense of where we are with this? Because it's not just one, right? We have some COVID, we have influenza, we have RSV, we have a bunch of things coming in. Where do you think we are in the cycle of this?
Well, I wish I had the crystal ball, and I think for the last 3 years, none of us have really foreseen the future really accurately. So it's a struggle. I think we're still rising in terms of numbers. We are seeing influenza numbers that are continuing to increase. RSV is at varying levels across the country, but quite high. Dr. Blanchette and I were just chatting. We're also both starting to see some children with croup as well at our institutions, and there's still COVID. COVID still accounts about 10% of the kids we're swabbing in the emergency department in Calgary are still positive for COVID. So it is
That's
not
kind of
going away, and
high.
there are new variants that are starting to emerge, subvariants of the Omicron, that we might not be as immune to as we'd like to be, really. So I don't think the end is not in sight in terms of the number of viruses and the intensity and the frequency that children are going to be sick for the next couple of months.
Dr. Blanchette, is there one of these viruses that is the primary driver? I mean, it's been COVID for so long now. I think mentally we default to that, but you see some reporting that the flu is actually the bigger culprit, and then with younger kids, it could be RSV. Is it an equal division, or is there one primary virus that's the challenge here?
I will say we've been seeing more RSV and influenza more recently, and I will say COVID is there, and I agree with Dr. Friedman, probably there in about 10% of the patients we're swabbing, but our main drivers over the last 2 to 3 weeks have certainly been RSV and influenza, and we're starting to see, and we have seen children who are swabbing positive for more than one virus at the same time.
So Dr. Friedman, I know a lot of medical professionals have recommended masking and suggested masking as a way, because these are all transmitted in roughly the same way, and a mask obviously is an effective tool to stop it, but nobody's ordering it. I mean, should they order it? Are public health officers just gun shy after the pushback over COVID mandates over the last couple of years? And would a mask mandate?
They are, because, they saw how fucking psychotic the hogs were. And they're like, yeah, you know what? We're just not gonna fucking do that. We'll make a recommendation and that's it. It also doesn't really help that you have a bunch of hogs running the fucking provinces either.
Be the help a lot of people seem to think it would be.
Well, there's no doubt that masking reduces transmission, will reduce the number of children who are ill, would reduce the number of children seeking care, whether it be with their primary care providers or in the emergency departments. And, that's a huge tool that we have and that people really should be doing. Mandate or no mandate, that is something that people should be doing as, they feel appropriate, and when it's, for socially indicated.
Or sick.
With the mandate or not mandate by the medical officers of health, that really is often now, unfortunately, a political decision. But I think the big thing, in addition to masking.
Yeah, and I fucking hate how that became such a divisive political issue. Like, no, it's for fucking health reasons. Like, don't fucking politicize it. The only reason why it got fucking politicized is because a bunch of fucking hogs were popping off about it, being like, oh, I can't breathe, brother. It's muzzling me from speaking the truth.
There's a lot of other things we should be talking about. Number one, we can all wear a mask, mandate or no mandate. Number two, we should all be getting vaccinated if eligible. So there's a very effective right now. The influenza vaccine this year is very good, reduces hospitalizations by about 50%.
That's actually pretty good.
We know there's obviously the COVID vaccine and the vaccination rates.
Comparatively to what the influenza vaccine is usually, 50% is actually really good.
Children are abysmally low. You know, I haven't heard people talk as much about hand washing. Hand washing is a major player in prevention
That
of
is also
transmission
true.
of influenza and other viruses. We should be hand washing. You know, and the other important thing is, you know, children should stay home when they're sick. It's amazing how many times I see a child in the emergency who comes in for fever, runny nose, cough. You know, we can have a discussion about the etiology. It's a virus. It could be influenza. It could be RSV. It could be COVID. The next question I often get, can my child go to school tomorrow?
No.
So we really need to get that message back in our heads that, you know, we need to do the right thing.
I think COVID broke so many people's brains because, like, you know, like once, like pre-COVID, like everyone's like, yeah, you know what, like if our kids are sick and everything, you know, we'll fucking keep them home and everything. And then once COVID hit, you know, things got fucking wild, and you had fucking bunch of dumbasses being like, oh, I don't fucking care, it doesn't affect me, I'm invincible and whatever. And then on top of that, like post-COVID now, it's the exact same shit that was popping off during COVID. Like, you know, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not me. Like, it's so stupid and aggravating. Like, no, if you're not feeling good, or if your fucking kid isn't feeling good, don't go anywhere. Don't leave. Like, it's not hard. Like, we did this stuff pre-COVID.
For children, for our colleagues, for our friends, for our kids' teachers. You know, if we mask at school, but then go home and have our kids have a play date and a sleepover with no masks, wearing a mask in school isn't going to help very much.
Dr. Blanchette, just quickly to you, I know it's a political question on whether governments and public health officers will do it, but medically, do you think the conditions are there to require a mask mandate?
I agree with Dr. Friedman. I think what we need to do is try and model the behaviors we want to see more broadly. And I think that comes down to, specifically for children, it's them seeing the adults that they look up to modeling those behaviors. So I think certainly masks will help. And I think if children see their teachers, their coaches, their parents, their elected officials masking in indoor congregate settings, that's going to go a long way to model the behaviors we want to see Canadians do. Because I do agree, masking is a tool. It's a very effective tool, but you need to put that on the back of, we've got other things, as Dr. Friedman says, we can do. Stay home when you're sick. Please go out and get your influenza vaccines. If you're not COVID boosted, please do that as well. So from my standpoint, I think again, it's leading by example. It's having everybody look to each other and say, what is the right thing to do? How do we potentially just blunt the number of kids presenting to the hospital system right now? And there's no doubt that masking will help. And one of the big environments in where kids are congregating, there's no doubt about it, that's school.
Okay. I want to thank you very much for your time and your work, and good luck in dealing with this. Dr. Stephen Friedman, Dr. Nick Blanchette, thanks for being on the show.
Okay.
Respiratory infections continue to rise in communities across the country. A triple threat of COVID, RSV, and flu that is hitting children especially hard. And parents, doctors, and school officials are asking the provinces to take more action. Hospitals from coast to coast are working at or beyond their limits because of a surge in patients. There are renewed calls from doctors to bring back public mask mandates. They say that would help ease the burden on ERs and ICUs.
The thing is even though like our medical professionals are requesting, you know, mask mandates to come back, the thing is I don't think it will happen, because, you know, it's at this point it's a political issue and not one based off of health and public safety. Like, it's just so frustrating, because, like, you know, these people who are in positions of power claim to give a shit about children, but when children are not doing so hot, and you know the experts are saying, "Hey, let's bring back these mandates," they're not going to do it because they just don't fucking care.
No province is taking that step. Hilary Johnstone is on the story for us. She joins us from Ottawa. Good morning, Hilary. Let's start with a look at Quebec, where officials are making new public health recommendations. What's the latest there?
Good morning, John. Well, those officials in Quebec are strongly recommending the use of masks. They are not going so far as to mandate them. They are also not extending that recommendation to wear masks to situations such as schools and daycares. This is all despite the fact that children's hospitals throughout the province are seeing that huge influx in pediatric patients who are seeking care. We've heard from some doctors at some children's hospitals in Montreal, for example, who say that their ERs right now are the busiest that they've ever seen throughout their entire careers. So yesterday, we heard from some of those top public health officials in the province describing what we're seeing right now as a spicy cocktail of viruses. You have COVID-19, of course, but then you also have influenza and you have RSV as well. But officials saying they will not be mandating masks at this point. Here's a little bit of what we heard from Quebec's Director of Public Health.
We do not need right now to make it mandatory. It's something that is that needs to be considered really delicately, because you put a pressure on citizens, and with other measures that.
I love the fact that he's saying this shit, but yet when it came to like COVID-19 mask mandates, like yeah, it was enforced by the federal government, but this guy is also probably like, I don't know, fucking 90 years old, and like was in that percentile that was affected by COVID.
Should accompany that. We are not at that point. I think that we could manage to get through this with the recommendations that have been said by the minister.
And like
with that in mind,
the funny thing is, it's not hurting just fucking children alone. It is hurting other individuals as well. Like you have teenagers, young adults, and some older adults being affected by it as well. So it's not just a child thing. It is definitely hitting the children especially hard, which, you know, should be alarming. But yeah, I don't know what to say anymore, bro.
fine. I think we'll get through.
So, what are those recommendations? Well, it's very much a situation of getting back to the basics. All those things that Quebecers were doing throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, washing your hands, wearing masks if you're in indoor crowded areas. There's also a push here for Quebecers to go and get the flu shot, although it is not free of charge unless you are considered to be in a high-risk group. We've also heard from officials in the province saying that, you know, if you want to have a holiday party this year, to make sure that you are going and getting vaccinated, especially those COVID booster shots.
Yet, Hilary, we're hearing different messaging from provinces like BC and Alberta. What's the story there?
Uh-oh.
Right, so let's start with the situation in Alberta, where there will not be a mask mandate in that province.
Unsurprising.
At this point. Of course, we're seeing high levels of
That's very
absences of children
unsurprising.
from schools right now, so there has been a push to try and perhaps bring in masks within various school boards. So that is something that we're still waiting to sort of see how all of that plays out, because just like other provinces, you're seeing a lot of kids in ERs in Alberta right now. If we take a look at British Columbia, the top public health official in that province, Dr. Bonnie Henry, also not going so far as to bring in a mask mandate at this point. Here's what we heard from her.
We're not seeing the same picture yet here in BC, though we're continuing to watch. I do not believe we need that heavy hand of a mandate to send a clear message that masks are an important tool that we can all use during this time and in every respiratory season. We should have one with us. We should use it in situations where it makes sense.
So referencing there the situation in other provinces, in particular Ontario, where we know that some of the wait times in children's ERs right now are very, very long. You could be waiting 12 hours to be admitted, possibly 24 hours to actually get a hospital bed.
Damn,
and what
bro.
we're hearing from officials in BC is maybe not at that point yet, like what you're seeing in Ontario, but the wait times are increasing, which to them suggests or signals that things are getting worse. So here's what we heard from one family doctor.
Liz.
I feel that the gravity of the situation facing our children requires the heavy hand of this is where we are at, and we need to impose this because we need to stop the children's hospital system from collapsing.
So some very concerning situations, of course, John, in various provinces across the country right now. Well, hospitals are dealing with not only those lingering effects of COVID-19, but influenza. Of course, there has been an epidemic declared by the Public Health Agency of Canada, but also RSV as well, particularly in some of those youngest Canadians.
Hillary, thanks for this. Hillary Johnstone, live in Ottawa.
Okay.
Health Canada's
We're slated to get 1 million bottles of children's medication come in. So let's take a look to see what's going to be going on with that.
The chief medical advisor says the combination of RSV, COVID-19, and the flu has hit Canada hard. But Dr. Supriya Sharma says help is on the way for parents dealing with that current shortage of pediatric medication, a shortage that has seen some parents drive to the U.S. to get ordinary over-the-counter products.
Manufacturers have ramped up production to record levels, but demand has continued to increase and significantly outpaced the supply. As a result, we've worked with manufacturers to allow access of foreign product to supplement Canada's supply. We've now received and approved 3 proposals to import foreign product, and supply has started to enter the country. After next week, more than 1 million bottles of product will have entered Canada to supply hospitals, community pharmacies, and retailers, and medications will start appearing on store shelves starting early next week. These foreign products include liquid ibuprofen for children and liquid acetaminophen for children and babies.
The CBC's Lauren Pelly has more on today's announcement aimed at bringing relief to parents right across the country. Well, as we heard, I mean, this has been months in the making. This shortage has been going on for quite some time, leaving parents scrambling, at times having to rely on emergency rooms and other ways to help take their children's fevers down. As we heard, you know, feds are bringing in foreign shipments now, 1 million bottles of children's pain and fever medication. That's liquid acetaminophen, liquid ibuprofen, and those should be starting to arrive on store shelves early next week. So we'll see if parents go out and try and see what that situation is. And they also said that manufacturing has really ramped up production, but demand has still been outpacing supply for these types of products in Canada. Now, this medication shortage is just one piece of the unfolding crisis in pediatric hospitals. What are you hearing about that situation, Lauren? Well, you know, it's been this issue with finding these medications, but it's also the challenge of so many sick children in Canada all at once. We heard from the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario today. They're still over capacity, and they expect to be dealing with high levels of patients for 4 to 6 more weeks. Teenagers 16 and up are now being sent to adult hospitals instead, as they're trying to just grapple with just the number of children who are all falling ill. Now, it's tied to high levels of virus circulation, everything from COVID to RSV to the flu season recently beginning in earnest in Canada. In the first week of November, children and youth under the age of 19 years old accounted for more than 60% of reported influenza infections. Here's what federal officials said about that today.
At the national level, lab test positivity is at mere 8% for RSV and 16% for influenza. Both of these viruses are having a large impact on children.
The Canadian Pediatric Society is really urging all Canadian families to get their flu shots right now. There is no vaccine yet for RSV, but we do have vaccines for influenza in our toolkit. The organization says children under the age of 5 and those with chronic health conditions are more likely to need hospitalization
if they catch the flu. So pediatricians across the country have been recommending that all children 6 months and older receive an annual influenza vaccine. Now, it's also safe to get multiple shots in one appointment. So if you're thinking of getting a flu shot and a COVID booster, for instance, pharmacies can dole both of those out at the same time.
CBC's Lauren Pelly in Toronto.
The thing is I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been an increase in the influenza vaccines. Like, I'm surprised that there hasn't been an increased usage.
Welcome to CTV News Channel. Thanks for joining us. I'm Akshay Tandon. More than 1 million bottles of children's medication will arrive in Canada next week to address the ongoing shortage that has been plaguing parents across the country. The federal government has procured a supply of children's pain medication from foreign sources. The supply will be given to hospitals, community pharmacies, and retailers, and they'll be appearing on shelves by early next week. Joining me now is Justin Bates, CEO, Ontario Pharmacists Association. Justin, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on this important topic.
Yeah, your thoughts on the announcement that came in earlier today. This will come as a relief to all parents across the country.
It certainly will, but I want to emphasize that this is a short-term solution. We really need to better understand the root causes that is leading to these drug shortages, especially when it affects our children and such an essential and broad-ranging number of medications, including children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen. We need better and more domestic capacity in order to have more flexibility in our supply chain.
Elaborate a little more. You did say this is a short-term, solution to the problem. Long-term, we have to see more being done within the country.
Absolutely. We need to ensure that we have more capacity. The number of suppliers right now for these products is quite small. And part of that's because they're sourcing a lot of the production and active product ingredients from foreign countries. So our dependency on other countries to supply our market is quite significant. And if we want to be able to have a stable supply chain without the vulnerabilities that we've seen over the last couple of years, we need to make those investments so that we're manufacturing.
You know what would actually solve this issue? If the Canadian government actually invested in some form of drug creation, that would drastically help keep the demand super low, and when it gets super high, it would also help with producing the medications needed. There was talks about it when COVID was popping off, primarily for COVID vaccines. But the thing is we don't have some form of that. Because if we did, this would be a non-issue.
Manufacturing these products in Canada, and that we can deal with the fluctuations of demand, because we've seen 300% increase in demand for these products, and that's largely due to the fact that we have so many more illnesses in the community, whether it's the RSVs or looking things like cold and flu.
300% increase in the demand. Wow. Okay, Justin, let's also discuss in terms of packaging, labeling. That's something that was discussed in today's press conference as well. What should parents be watching out for when they go to pharmacies?
Well, the good news is that these products will have either an insert or a sticker, and there's really three areas that are addressed with the labeling requirements from a regulatory perspective. The first is the bilingual component, to make sure it has English and French. The second is the drug facts, and what is displayed is slightly different requirements from the US and other jurisdictions. And third, there is a difference in the concentration of some of these products in the liquid formulation, and the dosing instructions are different from particularly the US to Canada. So this will make sure that the parents understand exactly how much to give their child, an appropriate dose, and that it will be safe.
You know, I want to go back to what you said just in your previous answer about the demand, 300% higher demand than usual for these medications. And we're talking about 1 million plus bottles, Justin, that will be available.
I wonder how many people are actually going out of their way to buy up a bunch of children's medication and sell it for profit. Like, I'm genuinely curious to know how many people are actually doing that. Because you will have some people that are going to be trying to profit off of crisis. That's just how that works. Regardless of crisis, you're always going to have someone who tries to profit off of it.
Will that be enough?
I don't think it will be. I do think we need to put in mitigating steps in order to ration the supply. If we just put it out over the counter, as is typically seen on the shelves, I do believe that part of the 300% was due to panic buying and hoarding in the August to September timeframe. And I would suspect that we'd see something similar in terms of consumption patterns and people buying more than they need. So one of the steps we can take in pharmacies is to place those products behind the counter. And that means that the patient will have to speak to the pharmacist, and we can limit the sale to one per person.
And how will that be implemented?
Well, it's not a mandatory requirement since these are deemed as over-the-counter medications. So it will be on an individual pharmacy basis to make their judgments. We are, as an association, encouraging and recommending it. And we think that will help make sure that everybody needs it, can get it. But also, I think it's really important that we get more of this supply from other countries, and we continue to have the domestic manufacturers ramp up production, because they're at about 35% more than they have ever produced. And they look at it from the perspective of historical consumption rates, and we've just never seen anything like this. I mean, our cold and flu season started earlier. Respiratory illnesses started in late summer, which would typically not happen until the fall. And all of this has created a perfect storm for demand.
Yeah, like doctors put it, calling it a triple threat that we are dealing with at the moment. Justin Bates, CEO, Ontario Pharmacists Association. Appreciate your time and your insight, Justin. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's play for a little bit more.
A brother and sister feeling rather crummy. Their dad says they've had runny noses and a cough for 2 weeks.
She woke up with a fever this
That's not good.
and so
Bro, they're like babies. Like, come on. This is like it's sad. Like, they're like fucking little babies, bro.
a little bit of Tylenol today, starting to run a little bit low, so we're worrying.
To try to ease that worry, Canada is importing 1 million bottles of children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen. Some of that is already at hospitals. The rest is heading to pharmacies and other retailers.
Medications will start appearing on store shelves starting early next week.
The shipments approved for import come from the U.S. and Australia.
When Health Canada receives a proposal,
Health
The
Canada can't
Aussies.
predict whether it'll be enough to end the shortage.
obviously
It
it's to a
probably
point where
won't.
it's critical. And what we're doing is we're bringing in as much product as we can.
A wave of respiratory illnesses among children is driving the demand for fever meds, and when parents can't find those meds, they're more likely to bring their sick child to the emergency room. At the Children's Hospital in Ottawa, doctors expect the surge to continue.
Probably at least for the next 4 to 6 weeks, and we're doing everything possible to ensure that we're able to be there for kids.
Officials say they started seeing shortages of children's pain meds as far back as April.
Pediatric medications need to be manufactured here in Canada in excess so that we could prevent future issues like
True. True. I literally said that like a couple minutes ago. We do need them manufactured here to prevent stuff like this.
Manufacturers responded by doubling production, but by early fall, even that couldn't keep up with demand.
So that supply coming in and being available as early as next week will be a welcome relief.
What if your child can't wait until early next week? Pharmacists can mix acetaminophen into a liquid, but they say only ask for it if your child is sick right now. Mike Crawley, CBC News, Toronto.
Well, as
Oh yeah, so that's that. Just some other random shit. We have what is this? fucking Millhouse asking if Trudeau has a plan for climate change. The funny thing is that Justin Trudeau has actually has a plan for climate change. Granted, it's complete dog shit, but it's better than not having one like this fucking clown.
World's wealthy gather for the COP conference, burning massive amounts of jet fuel to get there. What's becoming clear is that this government does not have a climate plan. They have a tax plan. Their plan has failed to reach a single solitary greenhouse gas emission target. And Canada now ranks 58th out of 64 countries on climate performance. This after they've hit Canadians with high taxes. They plan to triple the tax, tripling down on failure. Will they cancel the carbon tax and come up with a real environmental plan?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians all know that this Conservative leader doesn't have a plan to tackle climate change. And that means that he doesn't have a plan to grow the Canadian economy. The reality today is that our most important trading partners, the US, the EU, are all taking serious climate action. These are our allies and these are our customers. And that is why in the fall economic statement, we invested heavily in the green transition. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Leader of the Opposition.
These are our allies and these are our customers, and all of them have better climate change performance than this government has here in Canada. In fact, what they've done here in Canada is raise taxes on people's energy use, energy that they must use. You do need to heat your home if you live in rural Newfoundland, and you do need to use oil to do it because that's all there is. And this winter, it is expected that will, well, it's already up 77% year over year,
What?
likely to be up further. Some families will pay as much as $6,000 to heat their home.
Even if that is true, it's the fucking corporation's fault. Like, the corporations just keep raising their fucking prices. And like the entirety of like the carbon tax doesn't really affect the average everyday Canadian.
Homes. Is the government really going to tell them that they have to pay more for this government's failures on the environment?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that putting a price on pollution is the most effective way to fight climate change. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the Canadians...
The funny thing is they don't go after like the top 100 countries or companies responsible for 75% of the pollution.
That our price on pollution is revenue neutral. All the money goes back to Canadian families. A family in Alberta is getting back more than $1,000. That's true of a family in Saskatchewan.
Bro, I swear to God, like, I can hardly hear what she's saying. I swear to God, conservatives are like those fucking asshole jocks at the school being like, yeah, shut up, you dumb broad, or some shit like that. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Like, I just want to like listen to her fucking boring fucking response. Because like, you only hear that when fucking liberals or NDP are talking. You don't fucking hear it when conservatives are talking, and it's really annoying.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Revenue neutral. It's not neutral for the taxpayer who will pay thousands of dollars more in the tax than they get back in any rebates,
What?
according to the government's own parliamentary budget officer. If the government really wanted to fight greenhouse gas emissions, they'd approve projects that do that. For example, there were 15 LNG projects proposed when this government took office. Not a single one has been built. The only one that is under construction was approved by the previous Conservative government, and it required
No.
subsequent governments exempt it from the carbon tax.
Bro, he loves fucking dick riding Stephen Harper. Oh my God. He loves dick riding Stephen Harper.
For it to be economical and to speed up its approval by ignoring C-69. Will the government get out of the way and let our projects go ahead to protect the earth?
Oh yes, because you totally give a shit about the earth.
Mr. Speaker, our government bought and will complete the building of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Our government absolutely understands
Come on, bro.
that LNG is an important transition fuel and plays a valuable role for Canada and the world. And I do want to point out that we understand for projects to work, they have to meet environmental standards, and Indigenous people have to be consulted. That's how we're going to get projects in
Yeah,
Canada built.
they're never
including
consulted,
necessary
though.
renewable energy projects, Mr. Speaker.
Yep. You're the opposition. Well, it's true that they have to meet environmental standards. We had real environmental standards under the previous Conservative government. And
No,
in fact,
you
the
really
only way
didn't.
that the LNG Canada project in Western Canada went ahead was by exempting it from the new anti-development C-69. And she's right also that First Nations have to be consulted. One of them is an Indigenous grandmother from the Haisla First Nation who told me that LNG Canada and projects like it mean that her autistic grandchild will have the resources for treatment. That means
What?
help for First Nations, paychecks for our people, and clean energy for the world. Why won't they get out of the way and let it happen?
Wait, what?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know better than to listen to the economic advice of this Conservative leader. So let me tell you about Robert Breedlove. He's a Bitcoin trader who posted, quote, "Central banking is an institution of slavery."
Fucking got him.
Down. The Conservative leader, after that was posted, the Conservative leader appeared on Mr. Breedlove's YouTube channel and said he found it extremely informative. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservative leader needs to
Got
publicly
him.
disavow those inflammatory comments and apologize to Canadians for his own reckless.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1.
Massive and super loud, it is the most powerful rocket ever built. Now, finally, part way to the moon.
For what we saw tonight, it's an A+.
NASA's Bill Nelson underlines the Artemis 1 mission is only a test flight. It'll go around the moon and then home, but with no humans on board, just mannequins. Much delayed, with a price tag in the billions, it's a trial run, but a biggie.
This reminds me of the fucking Elon Musk putting a fucking car in space around orbit, and completely with a fucking mannequin in a spacesuit. Like, that's like the biggest form of fucking space junk I've ever seen. This kind of reminds me of what it is, of what's happening. Unless like it's it's to be like, you know, fucking like automatically controlled and shit, and they're doing it just to see what will happen and just don't want to risk astronauts' lives or some shit.
If all goes well, come 2024, Artemis 2.
When our astronauts crawl on board and go back to the moon.
And God willing, as we shall return.
Indeed, it's been 5 decades since the last Apollo mission in 1972. At the time,
it's fake,
few
brother.
Thought it would take so long for astronauts to return.
It's fake.
But with this capsule now well on its way, that's the Earth behind it, the dream of sending people back looms ever closer. And that next historic flight will include a Canadian, possibly Jeremy Hansen.
Yeah, we'll be the second country in the world to send a human into deep space. It's pretty significant.
Hansen told CBC News it's testament to Canada's continuing role in developing the tools for space travel.
Because of the great Canadians that are working on these programs, we've been invited to fly a Canadian astronaut on Artemis 2. It is a significant indication of where Canada is at and what our capability is.
I mean, like, if that was me, I would be like fucking popping off. I'd be like, hell yeah, I get to go to deep space. Let's go.
But for now, the focus is Artemis 1. NASA calls it the next beginning, a giant leap toward sending people back to that place. After all, it's been a while. Paul Hunter, CBC News.
It hasn't been a while. We've never been there, brother. We've never been there.
Seeing the universe in a new way. Distant galaxies
All right.
and planets
This will be some fun stuff now. We're going to be moving on to some fun stuff.
beyond Earth that could potentially harbor life. It used to be the stuff of futuristic fantasy.
And liftoff.
The launch of the James Webb Space Telescope on Christmas Day 2021 means this is no longer science fiction.
What we're seeing when we look at these images is the raw material for life.
Webb is able to look back in time as far as 13.5 billion years and reveal galaxies as they looked around the time when the Earth and Sun were formed in never-before-seen sharpness and clarity. But here's the catch. Unlike its predecessor, the Hubble telescope, the snapshots Webb is sending are invisible to humans. Our eyes can only see a small portion of the total range of light.
I mean, yeah,
Webb is designed
that's
to see
how that
near and
works.
mid-infrared wavelengths to show the hidden regions of space. Science visual developers Joe DePasquale and Elisa Pagon work out of the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. They have been tasked with taking the data from Webb and creating something the human eye can see.
We can't see in the infrared, so there has to be some level of translation here. But we use physical meaning, like
For
true
sure.
physical science, in order to represent sort of the color.
And it's the job of Lisa and I to take that data, to stretch it so that we can see what's in the data, and then we apply color according to those wavelengths. And so the shortest wavelength filters that we have, we use blue for those. And as we move into longer and longer wavelengths, we go to greens and then reds.
Joe and Elisa have worked on other images from telescopes like Spitzer and Hubble, but what they are seeing from Webb is unlike anything else.
The detail, the clarity, the color, it all just hit me all at once that, yeah, Webb is a next generation observatory. It's going to, change astronomy forever.
To give you perspective on how powerful Webb is, here is a previous image that Hubble captured in 1995 of the Pillars
Classic.
of Creation. Now, here is what Webb is showing us.
Webb is
Damn,
able
bro.
to peer into the clouds
The-
in a way that Hubble can't.
That increased the definition like crazy. Like, it looks great.
And to see stars in the process of forming, things that we've never seen before are now showing up.
These glimpses into the beginning of time have caught the attention of so many, including Canadian scientist Matt Russo.
It's something completely foreign to our everyday experience. And so there's always this sense of intrigue and wonder about what could be discovered next. What does it all mean? How did we get here?
As both a professor of physics at the University of Toronto and a sonification specialist, he has the unique ability to understand the science data from the images and translate it into sound. So he
Interesting.
amped these up. You could call them scientifically based galactical musicals.
True.
He's creating these sonic interpretations with the help of musician Andrew Santaguida. The TRAPPIST solar system was first captured by NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope in 2017. It was their first effort at adding sound to the universe.
Which is an amazing solar system with 7 Earth-sized planets, but they also happen to be locked in a musical pattern called an orbital resonance. That made it really
They also look
natural to
like,
convert them.
like Earth-like. They all look fairly similar, like to Earth as well.
Their motions into musical rhythms and pitches. So it starts slow with one planet at a time. So that's all 7 planets. These are the rhythms and pitches of these planets.
They did this one for pure enjoyment. Then NASA took notice.
How did you connect with NASA?
We kind of
just on our own, were just sonifying different things they had released, and we would send it to them, and they would just start posting it on their own. And then eventually that led to us working for them professionally.
Now, Matt and Andrew are working on the latest imagery from the James Webb Telescope, taking the spectacular imagery Joe and Elisa have created and putting it through a software system Matt designed.
This is a small section of the Carina Nebula. So it's a vast cloud of dust and gas where stars are forming. So the first step is to break it up into different components. So in this case, you can see there's the bottom half, which is a red nebula, and that's very distinct from the top half, which is a more diffuse blue nebula. So we can literally just slice the image into those two parts and treat them a little differently. And then there's, of course, the thousands and thousands of stars.
This is what stars sound like.
So in some cases, we don't have much control over the way the data sounds. Sometimes it's a more direct translation, and we're surprised as anyone when the sound comes out. In other cases where we have a little more musical input, we have to decide, for instance, which musical instrument is going to be triggered by stars. People seem to have an intuition that stars would make kind of like a bell or a chime sound.
Each image brings new challenges, and they try.
I personally don't think so. I don't think that it would have like a bell or chime sound. I personally think it would have more like a drum sound. Something along those lines.
Scientifically accurate as possible. He did the sound for this black hole.
So this is a real sound wave detected in space in a galaxy cluster, and we were able to see the waves in the image, which means we can extract them and resynthesize a sound.
There were a lot of people who were excited to see this, but what kind of feedback did you get? Because there was a mix.
Some outlets would say it's an actual recorded sound of a black hole, as if you had a microphone in space, which we know would not work for several reasons. So it's important when we do sonification to present it for exactly what it is, that it's data converted into sound.
There's a whole community.
Christine Malik is one of the people benefiting from the sonification of the universe. Blind since birth, Matt's work allows her to feel something she's never felt before.
What was your first impression when you first heard what Matt created?
I was blown away. I had goosebumps on my goosebumps. I had never imagined experiencing astronomy in that way.
Moved by the music, she reached out to Matt.
He wanted the perspective of a blind or low vision person who hadn't seen the images and whose only access was the sonification. So he asked if I would give feedback on how much they did or did not make sense to me. So those little click noises.
Now she regularly helps both Matt and the team at NASA interpret images for the visually impaired.
They
That's
want
awesome.
this content to be available simultaneously so that I have access to this material at the same time as sighted friends who are getting access as well.
And as the Webb telescope travels through outer space, it will continue to reveal secrets and allow everyone a chance to experience a world we could only once imagine.
Damn, bro.
When you look at an image like this, you're looking at...
Whenever I just see like photos of space and shit come out, like it just goes to show me how gorgeous it is, man. Space is awesome. I really want to go to space.
At that raw material, that is you. You are the universe trying to understand itself in that moment. And that's something that it's a very unifying thing for anyone from any walk of life to look at these images and ponder that.
Awesome, bro.
Counting up the cost of living.
All right, marketplace time.
Paying more but getting less.
I'm very annoyed. I just might stop buying them.
And giving extra everywhere you go.
Am I supposed to tip for a loaf of bread?
So why isn't there more help? You think that there should be more transparency around how prices are set?
They got him. They got him, boys. Oh, this is gonna be a great episode.
Only on your marketplace.
This is gonna be a great episode. Oh, I can't wait.
We are taking a walk through the world of rising prices
Farmers market, let's go.
at a cranberry festival in Bala, Ontario. Terry, okay, so you got hot sauce here?
I do.
Most of the vendors here are like Terry of Terry's Hot Sauce, trying to make a living off a labor of love. Okay, so in this cranberry concoction you got here,
Yes.
what's gone up in price?
Cranberries, the maple syrup, the peppers, some of the spices. That
So
I put in,
everything.
the garlic, the lemon, the onions, everything. Everything's gone up in price, so it's forced me to increase my price.
So prices are hot. So is
Yep.
the sauce?
Yep.
Oh, it's coming in
Seems
now.
like a great guy.
A few stalls over, Heather's handful of granola tells me a timely story.
Well, all of our costs have gone up for cashews, almonds, oats, pumpkin seeds, and maple syrup is our only sweetener, and that's gone up significantly also.
With inflation at a 40-year high, Martina isn't even breaking even anymore.
Aw.
So the ginger snaps, tell me about them.
Like the bag I sell for $6, but technically they cost me $5 to make. So that's not covering an awful lot. That
Yeah.
doesn't cover my gas, which we all know has gone up through the roof.
I'd grab these now.
Peanut butter. Have you bought peanut butter lately? There isn't anything here that is like in any way, shape, or form still affordable.
So basically anything I grab,
Yeah.
you can tell me how
Yeah.
it's gone up in
Yeah,
price.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, peanut butter was like the staple of every family that just had minimum wage income. You can't afford that anymore. Peanut butter is now for the elite. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy, and it's scary if this keeps going up.
Seems like everywhere you turn, inflation is taking a bite. Experts say we
Yep.
can blame the war in Ukraine, the shock of COVID, shipping delays, labor shortages, and we've all been demanding more stuff than can be supplied.
Hmm.
The Bank of Canada's attempt to slow down our spending is adding to the pain.
Damn, bro.
Higher interest rates for mortgages and lines of credit.
50% higher? The fuck?
It is a perfect storm of factors.
Armin Yelnizyan is an economist and writer. She says, don't look now, the worst is yet to come.
Okay, Travis, I have to say I stay up at night. I literally do not sleep at night wondering how many people are going to go hungry this week, how many people are going to lose their housing this week, how many people are going to get sicker quicker and turn to a health system that is itself on life support when we could be doing so much. We are the 9th largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
True.
We could be doing whatever we want, and we could be whatever kind of a society we want. It drives me crazy we're not doing more for one another right now.
Nowhere is the cost of living being felt more than at the supermarket.
11% for veggies? Bro, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Actually listen to the NDP and do an investigation into fucking supermarkets, because this is absolutely ridiculous, man. How much is dairy up? 10.6?
Overall prices here are up more than 10%.
Damn, bro.
And it's not just that prices are going up, products are shrinking down. It isn't always easy to notice so-called shrinkflation.
All that probably costed it, like just this stuff probably costed him at least like $250 at least.
So we decide to test it out with a game of Spot the Difference.
I love Marketplace.
You love Marketplace. Well, we are glad that you love Marketplace. Come on down. You're the next contestant on Spot the Difference. You ready for this?
I am.
First up, Barilla Spaghetti. The old and new packages look the same. It's what's inside that isn't.
This has about 44 more grams in it.
For 10 grams, there's 450. You are quick, my friend. And what about the price?
Well, price is probably the same, so I keep buying.
Nope.
But you give me less for the same amount?
Actually, this is more.
No!
Yes.
Oh! Up?
Up.
Wow. Oh.
What do you think about that?
It's unfair, I think.
We asked Barilla why they decreased their product, then increased the price.
No
They tell us
response.
it was because of rising costs, while still trying to put 4 or 5 servings in one box.
Sure.
The next difference is a bit harder to spot. Pumpkin pie filling. You ever use this stuff? E.V. Smith pie filling with a whole new twist on shrinkflation that we're calling aquaflation. Okay, so look closer at the ingredients. This is the old one here. Look at the first couple of ingredients here.
Pumpkin sugar, vegetable oil, pumpkin sugar water. Oh! Yeah. They changed.
I mean, this is just like standard capitalist practices, though. Like, they're going to cut costs at like literally every corner that they are able to, whether it's being like serving sizes or ingredients or quality of ingredients for that matter. Packaging. There's so much that goes into it.
It's water, pumpkin sugar, vegetable oil, pumpkin sugar, water. No vegetable oil. It's way farther down the list.
Exactly. Vegetable oil has moved down from 3rd position to 6th, which means there's less of it.
Vegetable oil is going way up. It's gone
Vegetable
up
oil
like 30%.
You know about this, yes?
I've been watching it. Go, go, go. Yeah.
So it's something called aquaflation.
Okay, you just use water to fill.
Water to fill.
So I'm glad you said that because I bought that stuff and I tried to make a pumpkin cheesecake.
Uh-oh.
And it didn't turn out the way I was expecting, so I had no idea.
What did it turn out like? Watery?
Yeah.
It did?
It did, actually.
So now you know.
Okay.
Okay, so...
That's interesting. Yeah, okay. That explains a lot because I've made that recipe a million times.
That's wild. Did it ever cross your mind that there was more water in the pumpkin filling?
No, I mean, I didn't look at the label, but I have nothing to compare it to because I don't have any of the old labels.
So, how can you tell? We asked E.V. Smith why they don't let their customers know about the new formula. They tell us the change happened under previous ownership. They'll look into it. They
Of course.
focused on the highest
Of
quality
course.
possible.
Classic business response, brother.
We take a look around and find that in Brazil, shoppers don't have to rely on guesswork to figure out if their products are shrinking. It's all right there on the package. Any company that changes the quantity of a product has to show the before, the after, and the difference.
I mean, I don't understand why we don't do that here as well. Like, it's good to inform the consumer on the changes that goes on, right?
This is some bread here that they've got. It's a baguette. It's gone from 45 grams to 41 grams. It's shrunk by 8.89%. This label has to go on a product by law in Brazil if a product shrinks.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I love that because I feel like as a consumer, we should be informed and maybe reach for cheaper products or products where you're getting more bang for your buck. And I can't do that if I'm not aware of the changes.
Do you think you need to be more informed as a customer about these changes?
Yes, and also I'm very annoyed. I just might stop buying that particular product.
We get our graphics guy to mock up a Brazilian-style solution for the Barilla spaghetti. Okay, so hold on to that. This is the new one.
All right.
I want you to stick that on there. Do you think we should be doing that in Canada?
Yes. This looks a lot better.
That looks a lot better.
Right over. Yeah, that automatically looks better. Completely placed it in front of the fucking branding. Already better.
Over this 100 times over.
In Brazil, the message has to stay put for 6 months. Over the course of our test, it becomes clear just how many Canadians are struggling with the cost of food and resenting record profits rung up by the big grocery chains, even as some of them freeze their prices.
Only due to threat from the NDP.
At the very beginning, it's not on everything. It's on certain products, and it's only for a very limited time.
True.
You don't buy it.
I don't buy it.
He is correct about that. It's only for a limited time, being till next January, and it's only on certain products. Like it's wild, man.
The Competition Bureau is now promising to investigate so-called greedflation. Greedflation. Is that happening?
Yes.
There's always greedflation.
Economist
She's right.
Armin Yelnizyan says good luck trying to figure out how much greedflation is driving prices.
Unless somebody tells you how they're setting prices on each one of these goods, which are thousands in numbers in grocery conglomerates, you're never going to be able to sort out where the role of greedflation comes in, where the role of shrinkflation comes in, where the role of price discrimination comes in.
She thinks a better idea is to tax any corporation that has a windfall, a large
Let's
unanticipated
go!
profit through no extra effort.
Let's go!
Any company that had revenues of over $1 billion.
I like her, bro. I like her. She's great. Completely agree with that. Yeah, they need to be taxed more. 100%. A windfall tax would be a starting point, but it would be a fairly good starting point on top of that.
And made 20% more this year than they did in the average of the last 4 years. Give us a little bit of it. We could use it, and that money could absolutely go back to helping people not have such a terrible choice between heating and eating, and between food and shelter. We could be doing this.
A windfall tax on oil and gas companies, for instance, something Europe is doing right now.
That would bring billions back into the economy. Like, if we actually did that, that would bring billions back into the economy. If it was just like gas and oil alone. That's also not including other industries like logging, tech, supermarket chains, you know, stuff like that. Because if we actually did that, like, that would be great.
What's your message to the government? What's your message to the Prime Minister?
And like, everyone should get that.
You had our backs during the pandemic. Have our backs now, please.
He won't.
We asked Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance Chrystia Freeland for an interview, but she is unavailable. Meantime, tips
Of course
for
she
surviving
is.
inflation often go like this. Cut back on needless expenses, reduce your home energy bill, and shop for groceries differently. And on that last point, experts say use the unit price of a product to save money. For instance, this small bag of baby carrots is about 66 cents per 100 grams. This larger bag is about 55 cents per 100 grams. The same size of full-size carrots is about 38 cents per 100 grams. The best buy by unit price. Stores spell it out on their shelf labels.
I don't know if I believe that.
Inflation tips to tipflation.
And I'm just taking something out. I don't feel like I have to tip. I just couldn't see.
Okay, so let's go into this. Yeah, the increase percentage amount for tips. Yeah, I honestly don't think that the average consumer who goes to like a restaurant or something should be responsible for having those overworked, underpaid employees. Like, I don't think that they should be responsible for them in order to live. Like, tipping, all that it is just a way for companies that do so, like say McDonald's or whatever. It's just a way for them to underpay their staff, work them incredibly hard and long, and you know, some companies actually cut into the fucking tips as well. But no, I don't think that should be responsible or reasonable. They should be paid for the work and service that they provide.
A no tip.
With money so tight these days, why are so many more companies
And like, most people aren't able to tip even if they want to, because of how fucking expensive everything is. So like, personally, like, personally for me, like if I'm able to tip, I'm going to tip. But like I'm not like an average everyday person though. Most people decide not to tip because they're on a very, 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 very tight budget because of how fucking expensive everything is.
Asking us for it. Get more Marketplace.
Oh, man.
Sign up for our weekly newsletter at cbc.ca/marketplace. This is your Marketplace. We're floating on a sea of flations. Inflation, where prices rise. Greedflation, they rise faster than costs. Shrinkflation, where products decrease. Even aquaflation, key ingredients get replaced with water. And now we're on our way to meet a woman who's fed up with tipflation. Kate O'Hara lives on an old age pension in Kitsilano, BC.
People are too nice. They'll just pay the damn tip and go home and say, oh, I really hate that tipping.
She says she can't keep up with endless demands these days for tips everywhere she goes.
It's like extortion, because if you want to hit no tip, you feel kind of mean. Yeah. Because they want the tip. You know they want the tip. They need money, I know that, but I can't afford to pay 20% of everything I buy, like in a bakery, when there's a tip jar right there in front of your face. I think, am I supposed to tip for a loaf of bread?
Yeah, like tipping culture in North America is just complete dog shit. I think that we should not have tipping culture in general. I think it's a very disgusting way to operate a business. Like, tips at best should be like an add-on to a living wage that people are people should be getting, not what a lot of these companies do in order to have just so that, you know, their fucking employees like have barely something to live off of.
You know
It's only like tipping is only a thing so that, you know, fucking so that these companies can underpay their workers. That's the only thing it is. Because a vast majority of the time, if you have a tip option, you're not going to be making even minimum wage, which is absolutely disgusting.
What Kate's talking about, that pandemic push to give a little extra to anyone who serves you, has only picked up steam. With so many now using those touchscreen terminals, we're being asked to tip at some pretty unlikely places.
I'm sorry to say this, but tipping culture has gotten out of control.
This woman posted on social media after hitting the drive-thru at a fast food restaurant.
I get up to the pay window and she's like, how much do you want to tip? And I'm just like, what? And she's like, yeah, did you want to leave a tip? And she's like pointing to them. And I was like, oh no, not today. And then I just felt really uncomfortable. But like, homegirl, what am I going to tip you for? I'm in the drive-thru. Oh my God.
It's even happening with online purchases. For Kate O'Hara,
What?
the tip of the tipping iceberg was at her local burger joint, where there was no option to say no.
If I'm in a fast food place and I'm just taking something out, I don't feel like I have to tip. And I just couldn't see a no tip.
We invite Kate to show us what she means at this Fat Burger in Vancouver.
What should we get? Okay. What are you thinking?
We place an order for some onion rings and fries and a couple of small Cokes.
So you got there? 10,
So 10, 15, 20, other.
She's right. There's no obvious way to opt out of tipping.
So you gotta hit
I do think that is a little bit scummy though. Like, especially in like this day and age when like the average Canadian is struggling to like even support themselves. I don't think that they should necessarily be required in order to tip.
I think you have to hit 4. That's tip option.
Tip option.
So it still gives you a tip option.
We figure out the workaround is to leave a dollar amount worth nothing.
There we go. So that was a lot of steps to go through, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I had to fake it.
That's just too many
Guilt gets
holes
to you,
too.
They offer 2 big tip jars as well.
Oh, this is for bills.
For bills, that's
And
what.
this is for change.
Ah.
So, are you going to put some bills in there?
We head outside for some fast food and a quick debrief.
We didn't have to tip, except I had to basically be subversive to get beyond it.
When you put in the zeros, like, did that feel awkward?
Yeah, I want to explain to them. You know, I almost want to say, well, I know you want a tip, but I can't afford it or something.
We ask Fatburger why they don't have a no-tip option. They say they offer the same payment process as others, and tipping has always been optional.
Didn't seem like it. Just trying to get people to pay your employees a wage.
We're at a smokehouse in Toronto's West End that's gone tip-free. Signs on the tables proudly inform customers of the fact.
We are proud to announce that we will be introducing a tip-free model at barbecue starting in May 2022. This means the price shown on the menu will be the full price outside of taxes. No hospitality fee or tip will be added. We believe all restaurant employees should be able to afford living in the city where they work. The starting wage at the starting wage at barbecue is $22.25. Is above the living Toronto wage calculated by the Ontario Living Wage Network. Our cost of fairly compensating staff, including paid sick leave, personal days, and health benefits, will be fully factored into our menu prices. Any guarantee is or any generosity is appreciated, but completely unnecessary. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to contact us. I mean, bro, that's what every fucking company should be doing. Like, that is fucking great. Like, this should be minimum wage. This should be minimum wage. $22.25? That should be minimum wage. Like, I would love to work here.
Instead of tips, employees get a so-called living wage, along with benefits and paid time off.
Hey, Adam. Hey, Dave. What's up?
Like,
we good for tonight?
Like, I have done restaurant industry work before and everything. And like, I fucking hated it, but like, if I was getting paid $22.25, I would gladly do that. I would gladly do it again.
Co-owner Dave Neinstein believes tips should not be a key factor in compensation.
Completely agree.
Important to you.
Well, flatly, I think that tipping is wrong on 2 levels. One, it's psychological abuse. It puts the power for someone's livelihood into the hands of a stranger or a customer. And on the other hand, tipping is a gray economy, and the elephant in the room is cash. And so a lot of people like having cash because they can decide whether or not to submit it on their tax returns at the end of the year, and that encourages a form of tax evasion. And that everyone loses out when that happens. This creates an even playing field.
Dave's had to raise prices by 30%, but he says both his customers and workers are on side.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
We invite Simon Peck along to give his 2 cents.
I think we're at a tipping point, so to speak. If we go...
We're at a tipping point. I like that. Simon is a business professor at the University of Victoria who has studied tipping trends.
One route we could take is because of the dynamics of tipping and how tipping is spreading, it's definitely likely that if nothing is done about it, tipping can just continue to spread into more and more contexts, more and more industries, and affect more and more workers. But on the flip side, I think there is the opportunity to have a serious policy discussion about tipping and potentially consider if other forms of compensation are better for Canadians.
There's a 30%, 25%, 20% option here. There's also a no-tip option. Peck would like businesses to eliminate suggested tipping ranges like this and to see laws that allow customers to opt in instead of having to opt out of tipping. So here's the big question.
So it's like the Japanese model then, it sounds like. Which, yeah, I would fully be on board with that. It would be great.
What is your advice for folks to negotiate this new world of tipping that we're in right now?
We should remember that it's completely optional for us to tip whatever we think is appropriate. And if we don't have the funds to provide a 20% tip, then that's okay. But I also think consumers should speak up more about this and say that you'd feel more comfortable if you just knew that the workers who are serving them are paid a decent, sustainable living wage.
Back in Vancouver, Kate O'Hara is speaking up.
The amount of money that I have is not infinite, and I have to be more careful how I spend it and what I spend it on.
And is doing her best to make sure all those inflations don't flatten her. I think we deserve some fries.
Heck yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go,
Head to
fries!
the Marketplace Kitchen to cook up some questions for Ontario's Premier. How much more do you think it
They
costs
got 'em.
to make this cheesecake than in 2020 when you made it?
Oh, I can't wait to watch them dig into him.
Tell us all about
It's
it
gonna be
on
fucking
email,
awesome.
Twitter and Facebook.
It's gonna be awesome, man.
This is your marketplace.
Let's go. Let's watch it. Let's watch him do it.
Some think it was Marie Antoinette who said, "Let him eat cake." But it was Ontario Premier Doug Ford who gave the recipe back in 2020.
Hi everyone.
Uh-oh.
Today we're going to make the famous Premier's cheesecake.
For this cherry cheesecake I'm attempting. All to make a point about inflation in a talk we're about to have with the Premier.
Everyone is concerned.
Bro, conservatives are wild, man. Like, who does like a press conference in front of a gas station pump? Like, what? Conservatives are wild, man. Fuck. I'm just speechless is all. I guess they're fucking taking the Donald Trump fucking route. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
The same thing. And that's how expensive life is getting for them.
Ford is announcing an extension of the tax break he's been giving Ontario drivers. But we're here to ask about other steps he could be taking. Welcome to Marketplace.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for doing this.
All right,
I've got a little
let's
test
get
for you
him.
to start off, okay? I did some grocery shopping. It doesn't take long for the Premier to recognize the ingredients. What do you think I'm making?
You're making the cheesecake. The Premier's cheesecake.
I'm making the Premier's cheesecake. Costs for everything involved have gone up, including gas to get the ingredients. In Europe, they're taxing excess profits. Now, what about the oil and gas companies? What about taxing them?
I don't believe in taxing companies. It just takes money out of their pockets. And
Okay, but here's the thing though. If you don't tax the companies, like, and believe that taxes are taking money out of the company's pocket, well, here's the thing. There is something called surplus labor value, or in the business world, to make it sound more appealing, we just call it profits, right? And the profits are, are what the workers generate, and all of that money that they are generating is like 100% theirs, right? So them like decreasing wages and extracting that surplus labor value is just taking money out of every single one of their workers' pockets. So by that logic, then if you think that the business or taxes are inherently taking money out of companies' pockets, then you should be furious about the profit incentive then. Because the profit incentive is just taking money out of hardworking people's pockets. that they rightfully deserve.
And when you don't tax them, it makes the climate and the environment here very good for companies.
That's
to
wrong.
invest.
You know, I bought all these
That is wrong.
groceries at one of the big chains, and grocery chains are making record profits right now, but it's hard to prove why. Do you think that there should be more transparency around how prices are set?
Well, I think the best transparency is competition. If you go to
Oh, come
ABC
on,
grocery
bro.
store and they're a little more expensive, go to DEF grocery store, and that's what drives the prices down.
Except here's the thing though, when it comes to the fucking competition, they're all engaging in fucking price leadership. It doesn't change anything. Like, why do you think when Loblaws announced when they were going to be freezing prices on certain products, why do you think every other company literally said that they were going to be doing that? Like, it's just idiotic. Like, if competition is inherently good and like you're very pro free market and everything, and you know they make a really bad business decision and run their fucking company into the ground, then that just sucks to suck. We don't need to be fucking bailing them out.
His free market philosophy seems to run counter to his out for the little guy brand.
Yep.
The cashier who checked me out, they're not making a lot of money. Do you think that there should be a living wage set for cashiers?
Well, we
100%.
increased the minimum wage. We gave a tax break to 1.1 million low-income workers. But again, that's what democracy's all about. If you don't like where you're working, go somewhere else.
No, that is the illusion of choice promoted by the capitalist system. Democracy is like, I believe democracy is inherently good, absolutely. But I think that democracy is in opposite, for the most part, like the beliefs of democracy are clash with the beliefs of the capitalist system, if that makes sense.
And work.
You know, some provinces have cut checks, inflation checks. Why hasn't Ontario taken that approach?
If the province wants to do that, that's fine. We're reducing the burden off the backs of people in a different fashion.
As food banks in his province report more users than ever, the Premier offers a bullish prediction.
We're going to see inflation slowly climb down.
But no, only if the fucking market crashes. Like, that's the only time when it's going to go down.
Back in April, May-ish, somewhere around there, and hopefully we can get back to regular inflation numbers.
We unveil our cheesecake and ask the Premier for a price check. How much more do you think it costs to make this cheesecake than in 2020 when you made it?
2020, probably close to 25%.
He's not far off. It's about $15 or 27% more. The cherry on top of a perfect inflationary storm.
Oh, that was fucking awesome. I love that, man. All right, let's watch why the U.S. isn't a democracy.
Check this out. On September...
This has been sitting here for a while. It's 4 months old, so I think it's about time we watch it. And then we'll move on to some Jubilee and Cut stuff.
17th, 1787, a group of men in Philadelphia signed a document that set the course for American politics and still impacts daily life in the U.S. more than 230 years later. The U.S. Constitution. The first of its kind and the longest lasting constitution in the world. Even today, your health, your safety, even your perception of time, they're all impacted by this centuries-old document. It's perhaps the main reason the U.S. remains stuck on so many important issues. And while the longevity and near-holy reputation of the U.S. Constitution leads many to believe it either can't be changed or shouldn't be changed,
Isn't it like isn't it like in the Constitution that it's supposed to be reformed like every 7 years or so? I don't know too much about like American history and shit, so I'm only taking a guess. That's just what I've heard, but
it can be. So buckle your shoes and powder your wigs as we examine how the Constitution blocks the US from becoming a thriving multiracial democracy and explore what it will take to change it.
I mean, there is also like the fucking electoral college system, which like it honestly, it's just complete dog shit. Like I just think that, you know, if you have like the way that the electoral college system is just very undemocratic.
The U.S. constitutional system establishes a fundamentally undemocratic order.
Do you ever look around and wonder how life in the US got so desperate?
There's an 18.
Should probably just skim through, see if that was the only instance.
Constitution that is really mal-equipped to solve 21st century problems. What makes the Constitution profoundly flawed is that it doesn't reflect the current needs and values of this country and its people.
That's great, you say, but if the Constitution is so broken, show me a concrete example. These are 3 of the most fundamental anti-democratic pieces
Yeah, the electoral college, like I thought.
of the Constitution. The Electoral College makes it so the president can be elected without winning the popular vote. In fact, 2 of the last 4 presidents received fewer votes than their opponents. And the Senate? Well, the Senate's whole existence is based on circumventing democracy. It gives equal representation to each state regardless of population.
Wait, really? Like, you would think you would have more representatives from larger states that have higher population density, right? The fact that like California or like New York has the same amount of Senate seats comparatively to, I don't know, fucking like Idaho is ridiculous to me.
Back in Philly, this idea passed by only a 1-vote margin. So you could say the Senate was controversial even back then, and maybe not well thought out. See, the men in that room back
Doesn't
in
really
Philly
sound like
would
it.
never have dreamed of the vast population differences that states would have in the 21st century. Today, 2 senators from states like Wyoming or South Dakota have the same power as the 2 senators from California. And a senator chosen by a few 100,000 voters can block the agenda of a president chosen by tens of millions. See where we're going with this?
That's wild.
Supreme Court justices are nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate.
I'm really glad that like the way we do our Supreme Court is not like Americans, because like the Supreme Court is like a supermajority, right? Outside of like I think Ketanji, right? Like that was probably like one of the I think she was like one of the newer ones, right? I'm really glad that, you know, it's not, well, the way that it works here is you're given a list of people to choose from. Like I believe it's the prime minister that receives the list of qualified individuals to choose from, and then like, which is how you could have like, I don't know, let's use a hypothetical as an example. How you could have a like a conservative government, and then they elect or they select a, I don't know, an NDP an NDP or liberal Supreme Court justice. I do think that it does have its flaws, absolutely, but it's significantly better than what America has.
And then serve for life, meaning the U.S. can have a president.
As well as like we have term limits for our Supreme Court justices as well. What is it? I don't remember what the top of my head how many terms it is. Um, is it? A justice holds office during good behavior until he or she retires or attains the age of 20 or of 75 years, but is removable for incapacity or misconduct in office before that time by the Governor General on address of the Senate and the House of Commons. Yeah, so like as long as you're like on good behavior and like under 75 years, should be fine. I couldn't remember what the age was. But yeah, it is significantly better, as well as like being able to hold our Supreme Court justices accountable for like for shit is very, very good as well.
Who didn't win a Democratic majority, nominating the most powerful judges in the country, who are then confirmed by senators whose power is constitutionally designed to undermine majority power. And it's these same judges who ultimately interpret the Constitution.
You can do a lot of
But like I think if we were able to vote for the Supreme Court justices, I think that like that would be significantly better than what we currently have in Canada.
violence with the text of the Constitution, given its history, given its modern evolution, and given the limited rights that people now enjoy under the Constitution because of its narrow interpretation by the Supreme Court.
So to recap, the men in that room back in Philly laid a path for a minority political party.
Wait, bro, your fucking thing is over. It was like made in 1787, bro. That's old.
To sack the most powerful court in the country and wield generation-changing power. And they can do all of this without having to win a national popular vote or even respond to the actual demands of American voters.
All of this facilitates minority rule.
As bad as this sounds, the Constitution is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Because at its core,
Yeah, wasn't it like designed to protect white owning capital owner or white capital owners that own like plantations and shit?
the Constitution is all about power, dictating who gets to wield it and how. See, those men in Philly were wealthy, white, and deeply suspicious of the power everyday people might wield in elections. After all, workers and laborers vastly outnumbered them. So they wrote the Constitution in a way that consolidated power for men like them and away from true popular democratic rule. Here's a great example. He's rich and white and lost the popular vote.
And he's very sexy too. Let's be real.
Millions. Yet he was able to stack the court with conservative justices, thanks to a Republican-controlled Senate that represented a minority of voters.
The minoritarian dimensions of the constitutional system incentivizes one of the two major parties, the Republican Party, to see its strength as tied to these counter-majoritarian instruments, and to then view the actual emergence of a multiracial democracy in the US as an almost existential threat.
Which is why Republicans continue blocking legislation aimed at increasing access to the ballot, and why the US faces one democratic crisis after another. For example, if abortion access were put to a popular vote in the US, it would win by a landslide. Same goes for background checks on guns.
I mean, like, isn't the same thing that's happening right now with like same-sex relations in America. Like, I remember I vaguely heard something about Biden wanting to codify same-sex marriages and shit, and like conservatives were fucking losing their mind.
Voting rights, environmental protections, yeeting our current healthcare system into the sun, and a host of other modern issues. Yet these things remain stalled and Americans' lives remain desperate. And it all goes back to what?
The Constitution rooted in slavery, rooted in exclusion, excluding women, excluding anyone who did not own property, excluding anyone who was not a man.
People of color, people with disabilities, different political leanings. There's a lot of people that were excluded from that.
This is real. Rarely, if ever, have women or people of color had any meaningful say in how the Constitution is written or fixed. It's a document that at its core is written by white men who wanted to build themselves a country on land violently taken from Native people.
True.
The U.S. Constitution is not just pro-slavery. It also was built through a project of settler colonialism.
So if Americans wanted to redraft their Constitution to make it more representative of today's values and demographics, what would they have to do?
As good citizens, we must be quick to use the tools our Constitution gives us and repair any cracks that may appear.
Thomas Jefferson, seen here on the easily forgotten $2 bill, is one of the most famous founding fathers. He believed the Constitution would last less than 2 decades because each generation should interpret the Constitution for itself.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was the case. That's what I've heard.
He wrote, "No society can make a perpetual constitution or even a perpetual law." Today,
Because like things change all the time, right? Like, like in like the 1800s, like things were drastically different than what they are now. Both like mainly like socially, like economically, you know, culturally. There's so much differences between then and now, and like not redrafting it like is just kind of silly.
Same constitution theoretically can be changed. It's just very difficult.
Article 5, which provides for amending the Constitution, shows that the men who wrote it expected it to change.
The Constitution absolutely can be formally changed.
There are about 200 constitutions around the world. The US is the oldest. It's probably the most difficult to amend.
This difficulty is a
Wait,
big
how?
reason why life in the US can feel like running on a hamster wheel, facing the same battles around guns and abortion and countless other issues, and not getting anywhere. Meanwhile, other countries are making real progress.
Let's go, Chile.
Don't look to the US as a model of what to put in your constitution. You look to other countries that protect newer forms of rights, especially social and economic rights, like the right to health care. That's in constitutions around the world today.
In
the right to a job. That's
it's
in
here.
constitutions around the world today. The right to a clean environment. That's in constitutions of the world today. None of those three appears in the text of the U.S. Constitution.
Think of the US Constitution
Because the American Constitution is very, very pro-capitalist.
debuting in 1787 like a new car rolling out of the dealership. At the time, no one had ever seen anything like it. It was shiny and full of promise. But it was kind of a lemon. Almost immediately, it
Kinda
needed
broke down.
massive repairs to keep it running. Over the years, it's needed maintenance, like an amendment here and there to keep the country going, and some major repairs during Reconstruction.
Like, yeah, like the 13th Amendment. Yeah, like like if you're adding shit, like why not just redraft it, right? It just makes sense to me.
But overall, not many repairs have been possible.
There have been over 12,000 proposals to amend the U.S. Constitution in Congress, and of those, only 27 have made it through the labyrinth of constitutional amendment.
And remember,
Aye,
10
aye.
of those amendments were immediate. So, in the 230 years or so since it was written, the Constitution has only been amended 17 times.
Congress approved the 19th Amendment, which provided for the voting rights of women.
The last time the Constitution was amended was more than 30 years ago, in 1992.
Damn, bro.
And that was kind of a quirk. Before that, it had last been amended when the 26th Amendment expanded voting rights in the 1970s to all Americans over 18. Which means it's been more
Wait,
than
what?
50
Really?
years since a meaningful addition has been made to the Constitution. You could say the U.S. is part of the check engine light club, based solely on numbers. Not to mention Thomas Jefferson, you could argue the Constitution is way past due for some repairs.
Well,
the
that
average constitution in the world is 19 years old. They're replaced every 20 years or so. Not this one.
Some would say scrap it and just get a new car, because fixing this car is extremely difficult.
yeah, I honestly think like having a new constitution would just be drastically better than what Americans have to put up with now.
Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution tells us there are
Like-
two ways to amend the Constitution. First, you can call a constitutional convention, do the very same thing that led to the creation of the U.S. Constitution in
I don't think that would
1787.
happen though.
That's never been tried before. The other way to amend the Constitution requires 2/3 of the Congress to approve an amendment, and then
And like, even if how many?
38 out of 50 states have to approve that amendment. That's a
Yeah, like I honestly don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon either. Even if like Democrats have the majority of like everything, and like even if they did hypothetically have like 2/3 majority in the Senate, I don't think that they would actually do that, because you'll always have that fucking rotating villain, and no one in the fucking Democratic leaders don't want to whip their fucking don't want to fucking whip those that are actually, you know, upholding fucking progress and getting shit done.
high bar. It's a very, very high bar.
So, considering the US Constitution can change but is mad difficult to change, what should Americans do? Well, listening to American news would have you thinking that Americans are hyper partisan. But if
No.
you look at the numbers, that simply isn't the case. Americans generally agree on big issues.
Yep.
So now that we understand that the Constitution intentionally creates a power imbalance, what would it take for Americans to make meaningful changes to their Constitution?
The recipe to amend the U.S. Constitution requires more than just looking at the text of Article 5. You need a social movement that builds up from below, or you need a charismatic leader that leads from above.
The main changes that need
True.
to be pursued now are really changes that would enhance the power that the most marginalized have in this society. In order for the Constitution to change today,
The thing is though, is like most of the American system is like drastically white supremacist in nature. And I honestly don't think that they would do that, because like the white population, like especially the fucking racist white population, are afraid that, you know, if they become a minority, that group will treat them like how they have been treating them, because they're not necessarily stupid. Like they see how they treat marginalized communities, and they you know, they're afraid of becoming the minority, because they, you know, they don't want to be treated like how they treat the marginalized communities. It's the same thing with like bosses and shit. Like small business owners, you know, treat their fucking workers like shit, or just business owners in general, and they're so afraid of their fucking business failing. And if, you know, because if their business failing, that means that they have to go back to being a fucking worker. And they see how or they recognize how fucking dog shit they treat their fucking workers. It's essentially the same fucking concept.
The country needs a mass movement on behalf of insurgent democracy.
The world doesn't look to the US Constitution as a model anymore.
Nope.
It's old. It's outdated.
Yep.
It's ancient. It actually holds back the possibilities for humanity to have a constitution that looks like the US Constitution's limited protections for rights and freedoms.
All right, let's move on to Jubilee.
Vince Kelvin.
I'm Chris Nappy. I'm a dating coach and pickup artist.
I'm known to make men less creepy.
Oh wait, is this the guy that was on the Channel 5 video? Oh, this is gonna be awesome.
I understand where the opinion's coming from, but I don't really like the language because it's like objectifying women as like a sexual object.
I'm like disgusted. I'm like,
You're not entitled to women's attention.
I think he's just trying to sell a product at the end of the day, you know.
All right, let's see. Oh, it is this guy. It is the guy. Let's
Attract
go.
and seduce more beautiful women. Learn how to approach beautiful girls with ease and drive them crazy with attraction. The art of seduction is critical to your success as a man. Right now, already what I'm seeing is a lot of toxic masculinity. The idea that in order to have worth as a man, you have to have some sort of level of sexual conquest. And that drives from a very fragile ego.
You've been described as the king of makeouts. Is that true?
I love making out, you know?
The fucking wrist.
Okay, wow.
I love
A lot of
that.
Kissing.
Vince Kelvin, the king
Jeez.
of makeouts, hands down, over 230 makeouts last year.
Who's keeping track of makeouts and why?
Like, I wonder if he has trouble feeling his emotions, and like he wants that high of making out with girls to feel something in his heart.
All of those makeouts seem consensual, so there isn't much that I can say.
Um,
Y'all both like it. Y'all both do y'all thing.
Probably not, right?
Hold it. Your looks are distracting. You gotta at least say hello if you're gonna pass by with such cool looks.
okay.
Automatic red flag. I would nope out of there like no tomorrow.
That kind of would have got me, honestly. I probably would have stopped. But like, no.
I really mean it, genuinely. I kind of forgot where I was going, and what are your names? Wait, like a civilized hello, a fast one.
See ya.
Okay, notice these women's body language. They do not want to talk to him. It does not matter that he is complimenting them. They're not interested.
How about you just go to a place where people are open to talk to you in the first place? Most people that are walking on the sidewalk are heading somewhere to do something and don't have the time
True.
to talk to some creep. There's multiple ways to meet people, but on the sidewalk, as somebody's heading to their job or meeting up with a friend, you're not going to get great results.
We cannot meet people on the street anymore. What is that? Where are we?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, that might have been okay back in, like, the fucking 80s or some shit. But, like, nowadays, things have changed. Like, socially, culturally, like, things have changed. Like, you probably could have back in the fucking... back then, but, like, now, no. People just want to just keep to themselves. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing, though. And like mostly the people that I fucking see getting mad about not being able to fucking pick up a chick, and you know, when they say or whatever and say no, is like fucking incels. Like, no. A lot of these fucking guys are weird and creepy. Like, there's a difference between being confident and like being creep. Like, I am confident. I just don't fucking force anything on people. Like, if the response is no, I'm just done. but I also like conversing with people as well. So it's more than just, you know, fucking trying to get into someone's pants. Like I've made friends with people that I didn't think I would make friends with. Let's just say that.
We're going if we put restrictions to where you can meet people. Think about it.
You can go ahead and continue.
I mean, like, isn't that what the club is for, though?
To the next clip.
Are you like a bouncer for a club or something? Nah. It's Club Melanie. I've been wanting to come into Club Melanie forever.
No.
You guys never let me in.
Bro, no. You do not touch someone without their permission. You just can't do that, bro.
I'm sorry. Today I'm coming in. Nah. Even if I have to use force. Melanie,
No.
I'm entering your club.
No. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop, bro. I can't. I just can't. No. No, bro. It was cringe when Andrew covered him, and it's still cringe now. Like, come on, bro. You ask for permission first. Like, for me, like consent is like one of the biggest things. Like, you need to consent before you do that. Like, I mean, yeah, I joke around with like for me personally, like I joke around with my friends and shit. But like, I wouldn't do that to someone like on the street. Yeah, it's just, ugh, no, please, just stop.
Okay, first of all, if I was her, I probably would have not entertained all of that. To me, it was kind of obvious that she wasn't really trying to talk. So I feel like, you know, you don't have to push it at that point. Yeah, I don't like unconsensual touching. I hate when guys touch me.
You're not entitled to women's attention.
True.
I think she said no thank you so politely.
Because a lot of women are afraid to be aggressive or...
Women are afraid to speak out because if they do that, you know, they know that people won't necessarily fucking trust them. And if they do speak out and try to stand up for themselves, the guys will get fucking mad.
Assertive when stating no, because again, men have a habit of kind of assaulting us for not being polite enough.
All right.
By the way, something smells real good here. What is it? Is it your hair?
Too much.
It's not your hair. It's right here. Something like right there. Let me see.
Too much.
Bro,
normally
what?
when I do that routine, then I go like, but rest assured I won't bite you because I'm a vegetarian vampire. The most I will do is this, but I'm not gonna do it.
I'm like
No.
disgusted. I'm like crawling.
Don't do that. Do not invade their personal space without their consent. Don't touch people without their consent.
Like, he's making it seem like, oh, this is the way you can get girls if you like act like me, but she clearly looks like, obviously, like irritated. She looks uncomfortable.
Just be a normal fucking person. That's all you have to do. Like, I know that, like, for people like me, that's it's a little bit harder because I'm just brain broken with the amount of politics that I'm into. But no, just be a fucking normal person. Don't be a fucking weirdo. Or me.
I feel bad for her, honestly, at this moment.
Like, here's the thing though, like, I don't necessarily think that having a space where, you know, dudes can feel good about themselves is necessarily a bad thing. It's when you fucking start, like, being a pest, like, start pestering people, as well as, like, not doing things that are okay on top of that, that I think it becomes a problem. Because, I mean, let's be real, like, incels collect to fucking people like this because they think that they want that it's just the fucking chads getting like all the action and everything and whatever. I'm like, which is fucking funny because like, yeah, no, just doesn't happen. There are other people out there that do get action. Like it's not hard like the thing with me is that I like, generally speaking, when it comes to like conversation and shit, I won't really I won't touch on like touchy subjects and everything unless like it comes up within conversation, and then I give my perspective on it. And like I am also like willing to hear the other person's perspective as well, mostly because I'm just curious. But like, yeah, no, like I have friends who I've never talked to politics about, not once. So yeah, no, just be a fucking normal person and have a fun space that's positive to go to, or interact with people that are fun and positive and don't be and aren't fucking weird like this.
It's nice. He's like uplifting like his male community. I mean, that's basically it. I can't really say anything else. Like, it just seems so sleazy.
If they do that every morning, they feel confident. All power to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Get approval from you?
I get approval. Minus the,
Yeah.
that. But everything else, I respect it.
I guess it's cool that you're trying to help people. I think that is very nice and kind from the heart.
Would you be open to meeting Vince today face to face?
I'm good, thank you.
Damn, bro.
Not really. I don't think we'd have a ton in common.
I'm moved.
Like the thing for me is like if I was there, I would be like, yeah, sure, why not? Because I'm always interested in conversing with people and and seeing what goes on between behind the scenes and everything. So yeah, I would be down for it.
Saddened, not really surprised. Surprise!
Surprise! Hello. Hello, Vince. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise, you comfortable with touch?
Only the hands.
Only the hands. I think we're in a day and age where you ask first. And yeah, the videos, it's out of context. We gotta know that
of course, it's always out of context.
Meaning, we don't see what happens.
Like when you have like multiple instances of something like that happening and have to be like, oh, is that a context? That's an automatic L. I'm sorry. Automatic L.
Seen your other videos, though.
You have.
I have, yes. As far as some of the dating techniques, it's important to respect each other as people. And I feel like some of the things that you were doing maybe make people uncomfortable, especially as a woman. You don't know when, if I deny this man, if that's going to be the man that tries to hurt me, So it's not always easy to just tell a guy, hey, you're making me uncomfortable. I lived in Vegas when I was younger, and I was actually approached by a pickup artist, and he tried to touch me as a 13-year-old.
I come from the place.
Bro, what the fuck? No. That is incredibly sad. Don't do that. Come on, bro.
Making men more aware of abundance. A guy's talking to you and he does something that makes you uncomfortable right away because he knows there's more available. He's good with that. So I'm making them gentlemen.
I think it's disgusting, but if if I think a lot of men and people out there need help, so I guess it's a good thing that you guys are helping them, but it just gotta, not cross boundaries.
A lot of it is due to a misconception. A lot of people go, oh, that girl is uncomfortable. The girl at the end of the free presentation hired me. She became one of my top trainer.
I mean, yeah, but even if that is the case, like you can still rely on like body language and shit. Like you can tell when someone's uncomfortable. Like it's not hard, my guy.
So there's a lot of assumptions. Assumption.
I'm Confidence Chris on TikTok. The reason I think I give good dating advice is because I know what the toxic guy thinks, because I have been that guy.
What's your opinion on feminists?
You know, I like to think I'm a feminist.
Uh-oh.
I f with feminism.
Uh-oh.
Confidence Chris. It's not what you want to hear, it's what you need to hear. Okay. You can schedule a phone call with him for an hour for $250.
You must make so much money off of incels, man.
Bad, because it's a podcast. Men in podcasts don't vote.
If you have a podcast, you're just done. No woman's gonna look at you again, bro. Oh, that she just ended this man's career.
Go well together, to be honest.
As a girl, you be with whoever the fuck you want to be, right? There should be guys in life that you're like, you know, I fuck with you, but realistically, you're not that cool, and I'm down to just fuck. I don't think you should hold back. I honestly don't think you should hold back if you want to fuck a guy because he's hot and he doesn't have anything else going on for him.
I understand.
I mean, that's not necessarily terrible advice. Like, the thing is that, like, yeah, sure, you have people who engage in, like, one-night stands and everything. It's whatever. But yeah, no, it's... Yeah. I just don't know how I feel about it. It's just a little bit awkward.
The opinions coming from, but I don't really like the language because it's like objectifying women as like a sexual object. Just like I wouldn't talk about a man like that.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to f somebody just because you want to f them.
Yeah.
You don't have to
She's
always
right.
be looking for a relationship, and that goes for men and women.
This is gonna sound stupid, but kind of look at them as if it was like you're just your homie. You know what I mean? It's just like you're talking to somebody and it's like, okay, like we're just having a regular ass conversation.
Yeah.
Treating them as if you've known them for almost a really long time, not being afraid to just talk to them like they're a normal person. You know what I mean? That's
True.
really what it comes down to.
A friend.
Yes, a friend.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, that's actually not even terrible advice. Like, if you just converse with, or if you just talk to, you know, people like they're a normal fucking human being, yeah, you're gonna do significantly better. Like, that's just the way that things are with me. Or that's just the way that things are. Like, I'm an excellent example of this. Like, I converse with a good deal of people from like all sorts of following sizes, all sorts of different backgrounds, like everything, like different forms of work, different forms of content. Like, yeah, no, it's true for like any form of like conversation or any form of conversation. You just treat them like a normal ass human being and have a great time. It works wonders.
Look at her like she's an ugly chick.
What? Wait, what?
You had me until the end.
Come on, bro.
Confidence in people, that's great. But like, talk to everybody as if they're a friend. They don't need to be an ugly person to talk to them with kindness and understanding. Like,
yeah, like I've conversed with some very, very attractive people, and you know, it's not like it's not all that hard to do and everything. Like you just got to be confident and like believe in your abilities and everything. Like yeah, no, just treat people fucking right and you should be good.
just get to know people. That's all you have to do at the end of the day.
What would you think if I told you that most of his audience is women?
I think. I mean, I can see why. He's attractive.
All right, let's go for our biggest icks for girls. Hygiene.
Okay, one ick I
Yes, hygiene. That's very fucking important. Like, if you don't fucking, shave, take a shower, brush your teeth, that kind of stuff, it's an automatic turnoff. Like, it's so nasty. Like, it's even bad for your health. I don't even know why you wouldn't do that to begin with. Like, hygiene is like one of the most important things.
have is when men use the word ick, okay? That's a girl thing. That's for the girls. I'm sorry. Okay, continuing.
Bro, if he wants to use ick, I say let him use it.
You're not a bad.
What? Wait, what?
Just a regular white girl from a small white town.
Wait, what?
Did you really just say smelly
No shot.
Sorry, the BBL's gotta go. That shelf is looking a little sus. You tell
The
me.
fuck?
Come on.
Okay. I'm personally not really for the BBLs, but if they're making if women want to do that and want to look that way, then it's not really up to.
Like, if people want to fucking do that, then I say let them do that. Like, it's not harming you, it's not harming you, my dude.
Like this person or this guy to decide that it's in or out. I mean, tribal tattoos are out.
True.
And he still has these. Moving on.
Okay, do not give away your access for cheap. It's given feminist.
You hold your access. You really want a guy to like you a lot, you make it hard.
Yeah.
Think about the feeling you have when you hike a small mountain. You're like,
Mhm.
all right, I don't care. But like, think about the feeling you would have if you climbed Mount Everest. Now, imagine the same thing
What?
about the way a guy was trying to go after you. If you make it Mount Everest, they're going to appreciate you a lot more.
I see the logic, but I think everyone is different. It's all a case-to-case thing.
For sure.
I do not agree with that at all. I feel like this kind of video is insidious in its impacts because it's saying to women like, oh, make things harder. But what that message sends to men is, oh, it's not that she isn't interested in me. That no didn't really mean no. That no actually meant try harder. And that's a lot more dangerous of a narrative.
I mean, a lot of that does stem from toxic masculinity, though, and that is something that we should 100% be fucking striving toward, or trying to solve.
Chris, I think you might just be a little young. I don't know how old you are, but some of these things, like don't give away your access for cheap, they just feel kind of like you have blinders on and you're only thinking from your point of view when there's like so many point of views.
Would you be open to meeting Chris today and talking to him?
Sure. I'd give it a shot.
Hey,
nice to meet
what's
you.
going on?
Hi.
How's it going?
Chris.
Thought you'd be taller.
Thanks.
Come on, bro. That's such a low jab. He's trying his best.
Hello, Short King.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you give me a hug.
Oh my God.
I know you only saw a handful of the videos, but
I think I've actually seen your stuff on TikTok. That's why I think I was confused because I've seen stuff on like your other stuff on TikTok that actually gave really solid advice.
I think that's the issue though, is that like a lot of people do see these like quick things, they make 1 second judgment, and then they're just like, F this guy.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's a problem with the internet.
Would you say that any of my videos, I think you said one of them was insidious?
Not intentionally insidious, but I do think it has the potential to bring the wrong message to the wrong people.
Gotcha.
Which is what I'm saying, because I don't think you come from a bad place.
No,
You don't strike me as one of those bad dudes who's like, oh, red pill. Like, you're not one of those guys.
That's not my vibe.
No, he genuinely seems like a pretty nice dude. Like, I honestly think I'd probably get along with him. It's just that some of his takes are less than ideal. But, it happens.
Just seems like there might be a little bit of blinders on in certain areas.
That's fair. I mean, I would agree with that.
I mean, yeah, and then I think one of the main reasons why I personally enjoy conversing with people so much is because it opens up like my perspective, as well as it helps me acknowledge my personal biases, because you know, everyone has them, and other people are generally pretty good at catching your personal biases from what I've experienced.
I feel like I hear a lot of these comments like online, but then just like hearing it from people directly is just a different experience. You're like, that's not what I intended. I think hearing all those different perspectives, like honestly, in a weird way, helps me like think about or make the content I make, because I'm like, what I'm saying is not necessarily what they're picking up, to be honest. Actually, no, that's my new thing, is that I'm trying to like date a girl that's like 6 foot.
All right. Wait, what?
You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, yo, can you get that like box of Cheerios for me? And like handle my business too. Be like, yeah, that guy's bothering me. This guy's bothering me. Let me get out.
Oh, that's great. All right, let's move on to more Jubilee.
Do I mend my broken relationship with my abusive mother? Yes or no?
Generally, dying. It can definitely be hard for sure. I do think that this is actually a very hard question for me to answer. It like, I don't know the context and everything. I personally think like I lack too much. I lack too much too much context. If I had more context, I could give a solid answer. Like, I want to say yes. You should at least try.
I think family is very important. If you can at least try to have some kind of communication between you and your mother, I think that's a very important thing.
I think it's a very subjective situation though, because like when you have an abusive person in your life, it's really, really hard to keep amends with them. So I think it does depend too, like, have you tried before? Like what is the situation like? Yeah.
My mom has terminal brain cancer. I feel like I'm running out of time.
If that changed your decision, you guys are welcome to switch sides.
Oh, like, yeah, just like suck it up.
I just wouldn't want you to regret. I've had the same type of thought, should I cut someone out of my life?
I I personally haven't had anyone who's like incredibly fucking abusive in my life, but you know, if you don't try to at least do so when your parent or your loved one is on their deathbed and everything, I do think that you will have regrets for sure, because like bro, even I have regrets about that kind of stuff, about you know, like, not calling family members before they passed and stuff like that.
But then I don't want to hold this anger and resentment for this person and die with this feeling.
I actually did experience that. My mother did pass of cancer, and I did not have a good relationship with her the majority of my life. I did not get her very long, but at least the last few years that we did have, we were able to have open conversations and me hear her perspective for the first time ever. And it gave me a very different view on things, because as parents, I am a mother of 5. We do the best we can with what we
5?
have at the
Damn.
moment to know I loved her. I knew she loved me. Completely changed everything when she did pass on, which was 10 years ago.
I was raised in a cult-like religious community where my abuse occurred.
So it's just like every single rural fucking area in existence. Like Christianity is like the biggest fucking cult imaginable.
Due to my mother's religious conditioning, she swept my abuse under the rug.
You guys have another chance to switch sides if you feel compelled to.
It's difficult being in a cult, just thinking of being brainwashed, and that could have affected her mom. And maybe the cult was like encouraging to.
So here's the thing. I grew up in a very, very Christian conservative area, right? And the main like the thing is that like everyone knows each other, like even if like, you know, you're abused and shit, like people in the community will definitely know for sure. But yeah, no, it's literally just like fucking commonplace for that kind of stuff though.
Act like it didn't happen.
When parents show stress around a child, that kid will like pick up on the stress, and maybe this was her attempt to maybe make it not hurt as bad, you know, and like it's not the right thing to do, but maybe this was kind of her way of dealing with it.
I would just like to add though, attempting to mend the relationship does not excuse the behavior.
Absolutely.
Right.
It's more about understanding the context and trying to seek closure for yourself.
Exactly.
In her case, for her. So.
A pastor of my church coerced and groomed me. She was married, I babysat his children. My abuse caused me to lose my community. When I had gotten strong enough to potentially try and bring it to light, my mom did have evidence of the abuse, and she chose to destroy it.
How many times have you tried to mend this relationship?
Probably for my whole life.
It's a very
my
good
last
question.
contact with her was in April. I flew states away to be with her, and she walked out of a room I was in, and that was how we said goodbye that day. I lived a pretty gaslit existence, and so I wasn't always aware of the abuse I lived in. It's only been the last decade or so that I have learned about myself and what is right and normal. Sorry.
It's okay.
You do not have to apologize for being a human being.
For your personal peace and for you to find forgiveness, do you think that that requires a mended relationship with your mom?
At the time of her diagnosis, she had a 1% chance to live the next 5 years. It's been 1 year. With her diagnosis, it's clear to me that she's willing to die with this. And that is so extreme to me. She has asked me questions like, well, think of his children. She's befriended his ex-wife, who is the wife he was married to when all of this happened. And it feels really extreme. It feels bad to know that my mother is suffering and to not be able to comfort her in the way that I wish. But in order to do that, it really feels like I'm letting myself down. And I'm the only one that's going to stand up for myself. There's nobody else. And so to appease her death so she can have a peaceful death when my life has been so tumultuous, I can't.
This is tough.
Yeah, I understand.
This is tough.
Your mother doesn't deserve to have that peace. And I feel like mending that relationship is going to give her peace. And you're not going to have that because you've had a traumatic life.
I totally understand the boundaries. I agree with all of your points, but this is your mother. Things don't just go away over time. I think that's the biggest lie. Time heals things. No, it does not. You addressing your things heals things. And so
True.
you have an opportunity to do that, and she doesn't have much time left to.
Sorry to kind of counteract the whole thing where it's like it's your mom, like blood only goes so far, and her being blood related to you doesn't excuse everything that she's done.
It's also true.
I disagree a little bit. I think it definitely doesn't excuse. If she doesn't want to take accountability, that's on her, right? That's not your problem anymore. But for your own sake and for your own
Fair
peace
point.
of mind, I think it's really important that you really give it your all, especially in this crucial time that you have.
I was wondering, what do you need in this moment to feel like safe and secure?
I don't know. I would like validation. I would like to feel loved. I would like to feel a part of something.
Do you currently have a support system? And if so, what does that look like for you?
That's been that's been a trending struggle in my life because I feel like I've carried around feeling like an outcast. I feel like I've been chosen over and that I am not worth even my mother's
Sad.
care or concern. So finding community with that on my back has been a very big deal. I do have a spouse and I do have a 6-year-old son. And they're the best things in my life.
This one has me. This has me conflicted, honestly. Like it's a very conflicting thing for me. After hearing a little bit of context, I would still say you should at least try. Because, like, even if she doesn't, like, necessarily want to, her mom doesn't necessarily want to, like, that's not on her, though. And, like, it would also be nice to get, like, for her to get some closure on why her mother, had done the stuff that she had talked about. I think I would probably have to go with yes. You should try at least.
It just seems like it's at a point where she's tried everything.
Her mother must have value because she wouldn't be doing all this.
I think she's actually found her like peace. If her mom wasn't sick, I don't think she would be in this situation right now. The diagnosis brought up a lot of pent up anger inside of her that she now wants to put out.
If her mother dies and looks back and says, I wish I did this, I wish I did that, I think that's gonna end up eating her even worse.
The ground zero should be, what does she want?
Yeah, exactly. What does she want? What does she need?
We all agree that it is better to regret doing something than not doing something. You never know what it's like when someone's on their deathbed. And so we just feel like keeping the door open is better than keeping the door closed.
We were listening to what you stated that you wanted. You wanted to feel loved and you wanted validation. You can achieve those things without mending the relationship through support systems, finding therapy, finding a community. You have the love from your family on your side. So for that reason, we said you should not mend it.
That's very...
Have you made your decision?
Yes.
a very good argument that they had said. That's fair.
Like you guys said, I can offer myself the things that I need moving forward. And mending the relationship takes a lot of energy and takes me back to a lot of places that I've already moved through. Both boxes really suck for me. And I like the possibilities in this box more.
It definitely was very, very hard to come to a conclusion for sure. Like even I am conflicted.
On the show, that was the first time I've ever talked about it. I came away feeling like maybe I had a powerless attitude towards it, and it didn't have to be that way. You know, I have spoken to pretty much everyone now about this situation, so I decided to get in contact with law enforcement and have a conversation with the detective, just going over what happened to me.
Was there any part of you that wanted to reach out to your mom when you did reach out to law enforcement?
It's a lot harder to do when interacting in real time. I find myself more thinking of writing her letters to just know that I'm expressing myself, and so I'm hoping that will serve for some kind of olive branch. You know, since opening up that dialogue with the jury, I have found myself much more open to finding a middle ground.
Okay, so should parents ban topics from schools?
Bro, why?
Wait, why is? Oh, I thought I was watching a I thought I was watching a Hassan video. Like what?
Why'd they make this like Hans Zimmer?
Hey Hassan, we know you're going to react to this video, so we want to invite you to be in an episode of Middle Ground. Maybe a one-on-one discussion with
They want Hassan in an episode of Middle Ground? Let's go. Oh, I hope Hassan does it. I really hope he does. If he does, that would be fucking awesome. You got to do it, Hassan. Come on. If you by chance see this, you have to go and do it. Let's go.
someone like Ben Shapiro. So it'll be great if you can announce your participation here first, and we can get Ben's attention. For now, enjoy the video.
Let's go. Oh, I would love Hassan versus Ben Shapiro. Oh, bro, I would fucking love that. You gotta Hassan. Please.
Sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life.
Yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know
See,
it's extreme.
that's- no.
Hold on, but just hear me out.
Because now
Hear
you're
me out.
equivocating.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
This is why I'm bringing it up. Is who establishes the boundary?
The law.
All right, let's see. Conservative parents versus liberal teachers. They do. Like, yeah, agendas. I think that they have their political biases. For sure. But I think being transparent about your political biases is inherently a good thing. There are some some leftist teachers that I follow on TikTok, and they're very straightforward with their students, which I think is good. They should 100% be transparent in that regard, and be willing to have a conversation with their students about that kind of stuff.
Important to recognize that individuals will have political agendas. It's a natural thing, and people should understand their political views. I think where
I don't necessarily know if they have I don't necessarily know if they have like agendas. Some teachers might, but I think for the vast majority of people, or teachers, I don't think that they do.
a political agenda in a classroom.
But is your idea of a political agenda like these teachers telling students, this is who you should vote for. If you vote for these people, it's wrong.
Yes,
if you vote
or
for these people, it's right.
ridiculing the beliefs that they may have for political or religious reasons.
CRT!
Using their position of authority to mold the minds of everyone else.
When it comes to diversity or these new sort of terms, I am not for
certain types of what so-called diversity when
What?
it comes to these new kind of topics. And
Can you expand upon that? Like, what do you think
like
shouldn't be
critical
included?
race theory or some of the
Yep, there it
gender
is.
ideology.
CRT.
It's not diverse if you're the teacher, the person of authority in the classroom, and you are saying this is how something should be.
Yeah, so I come from an elementary perspective. I'm a first grade teacher, so the conversations we're having in class isn't about the socioeconomic nature of the world. But you know, we do talk about just what it looks like for different people in different communities. So when I talk about a political agenda, the agenda that I have in the classroom is to create an environment where folks are able to, you know, better understand from wherever someone's coming from.
The problem with that, and I understand the sentiment as a teacher, if a child is sitting there and they happen to be black, and you're saying, well, black people, such and such and such. I mean, you're really, that's
Yeah,
not
I
okay.
do have to stop you there because that's not really said. It's not said black people do this.
Well,
it's not said
it's just an
Mexicans do
example.
this. Again, it's trying to understand from multiple perspectives. That's not saying that every group aligns on the same thought. That's not saying every group is a monolith. What it's saying is, even if you disagree with somebody or you come from a different tradition or a different cultural background, those people's opinions can still be valid.
I'm gonna be honest, as a teacher, especially after COVID and all of that, I don't have time for a political agenda. I'm here trying to catch up with curriculum, pick up my readers that are, 2, 3 grade levels behind. I do not have time for that. I teach social emotional skills and all of that, but I'm not here to kind of, you need to believe this, and that. No. If you're a good person, we're good. We're gravy. All good.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Generally speaking, most kids will have a fairly conservative family. Like, you will have some libs sprinkled in there too. But, like, well, yeah, you will have you definitely will have some discourse, but I think like having different perspectives and like being open and transparent about your biases as a teacher, as well as having your students like acknowledge their biases as well, is not necessarily a bad thing. It will, like, hearing different perspectives can definitely change someone's opinion on things. It's yeah, no, like I think, challenging like their beliefs and everything isn't necessarily a bad thing. And once they've had like a conversation and everything about it, they can come to their own conclusions. I think that would be the best way about going about it.
You know what I mean?
But your definition, and sometimes this can happen and it becomes political, is what is your definition of a good person? Would you think that I'm a good person because I'm raising my kids to be with Judeo-Christian values and they live in a heteronormative home where we talk about how divorce is wrong, cheating is wrong. We have friends of the LGBT community, but we teach our children that from a biblical perspective, that's not okay. Your definition of whether or not they are good could be very different than my definition of whether or not they are good.
To kind of clarify, in my classroom, if they're kind and they're not bashing anybody, judging anybody, kind of throwing out names, anything like that, they're good. It's not to say that topics like that
True.
don't come up in class. And I do open it up to discussion. I just keep it clear that this is a safe space. We don't judge each other. We're not going to bash each other. I understand you have your own experiences, but we're not going to come in with an agenda, you can say. And I feel like this idea of parents and their teachers of their political biases and all of this is just all of this fear that is clouding their judgment, clouding.
Except we have numerous, not just.
We have experiences.
Yeah, my
Not
own
just- yeah.
child. First week
Of course they have experiences.
pronouns you wanted to go by. I mean, not what's your favorite subject, how can I help you succeed academically?
Who's to say that wasn't a part of the questions too, you know? And understand that question could stand out.
So maybe you don't understand that you're teaching politics.
But that's not politics. That's just like basic respect. Yeah.
I think that's beautiful.
But it's not true.
That's beautiful.
Oh, it's getting so
I
heated.
think you need your idea that that's basic respect. What is the framework of that? Because I think that many teachers are going through these trainings, and the trainings are saying this is the framework of how we operate in the classroom. But where did that idea come from? is
Because
what
it's
we're getting
based
to.
off. It's called a thing called data.
Did you
so
do
a
that
lot
in
of, no, hold on. A lot of
2010?
schools have research and development, and so the state also does. So in the state of California, we do research. So at the end of the day, my job is not just to make your kid to feel comfortable. I got 55 students. I got to make 55 students feel comfortable. And so when your kid comes home and tells you, well, Mom, the teacher said, what's my pronouns? Yeah, I did say, what's your pronoun? I also said, what's your favorite TV show? What's your favorite food? I am a college professor now. I was previously a third, fourth grade teacher.
I think I'm gonna
Teaching
like this
third and
guy.
fourth grade was horrible. Dealing with parents who thought their child was special and should be treated a certain way. And it just wasn't doable. The constant complaining, the accusing people of doing things that are not going on in our classes, not being enough for their child. It was just too much. When parents don't have the knowledge of what goes on inside of a school, I think it's important for those parents to go to the school. And we as educators like our parents to be involved. You know, again, I have too many students to push an agenda. I do my job, what they pay me to do.
I mean, what about sex ed though? Like, discussing sexuality isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think having an open discussion about sexuality, like even like schools, is a good thing. Like, there's no reason for.
I did a sex ed class when I was in third grade, and it was quite simple. Boys go in this room, girls go in this room. They play a little video on a black and white TV. You know, you see the genitalia, and you're like, oh God, I got one of those. Cool. Now we're figuring out what I am. The fear is these schools have no boundaries. Like, if they do the classroom thing where they want to split kids up, how many genders are we going to do this? We're going to put boys.
No, it's separated by sex, not fucking gender. Gender is a social construct. Sex is what in most definitions, it's with what you're born with, but you have, trans people, for example, who are complete or who identify as male and female, and that's completely fine. No, like, some people find both attractive. Some people like the same sex. Some people like the opposite sex. Some people don't have any feelings on that, or any feelings on such. Like, I mean, honestly, I found like the whole like division between like guys and girls, or boys and girls during sex ed when I was going through sex ed was just kind of silly. Like, who cares? Like, we're all going to be learning the exact same thing anyways, so we might as well not fucking split up the class. Like, is in middle school, the class, like, when I was in middle school, they split up the classes, or the sexes, and we had and then we did that stuff. And then when it came to like high school, we were all together and learned everything at the same time. Like, the gender, like the whole gender thing, like, I do think that's a very important discussion to have during sex ed, because it will be able to, or it can help people find out who they really are at an earlier age.
Them and then girls, and then how many rooms do we need to create for equality? Or are we really chasing equity? And I think parents now are beginning to realize we've got to stop this and create framework about sexuality, especially in a hyper-sexualized culture.
But like, the thing is that like gay people, trans people, bi people, asexual people, like, they have existed all throughout fucking history. The only reason why you think that they're popping up now is because we're in, like, for the social climate, like the current social climate, people are more comfortable being themselves and not have to hide behind like and not have to hide behind like being cis or like a cis straight guy marrying a white woman when, you know, he's fucking gay because he doesn't want to be fucking ridiculed by, because he didn't want to be ridiculed by the community. Like that's just silly. No, like those people have always existed. They're just more comfortable being themselves. Like it's the same thing for me. Like full context. Okay, I am bi, and like I know how it fucking works. Like I didn't believe I didn't believe that I was, right? And like I wore the facade and everything, and like, you know, yeah, no, it felt like a gigantic, like when I came out and everything, it felt like such a gigantic relief that I didn't have to hide who I was anymore, if that makes sense. And it was only from like having a conversation with like some gay family members and everything about it. Like, granted, yeah, sure, I still have my preferences, but like everyone does, though.
Kids don't need to know at 6, 7, and 8 years old about different types of sexual acts. That's not appropriate.
But the thing is, though, is that literally no one is making that fucking argument. Like, that only begins at like when you're fucking 13 or something like that. And like I love the fact that when fucking conservatives see like a gay guy and think they're like, hey, they're fucking gay kissing in public, they're definitely having butt sex. I'm like, you're the fucking weirdo for thinking that automatically going to fucking sex. Like, then by that logic, should we not teach them about like being fucking straight and shit? No, they'd probably fucking lose their mind. Like, no, I think helping children find out who they are in life and not putting restrictions on the education available to them is inherently better than restricting and forcing them to hide who they truly are.
I think that this is just kind of happening. It's a one-off. It is in so many schools. Where I live in Florida, there was a poster going around where kids could text anonymous strangers to get information about sex. And on this poster,
I mean, to be fair though, like the American sex education curriculum is like non-existent. So yeah, if people like, yeah, they're gonna be fucking curious and everything and would like to learn more. Like when you're taught like abstinence only, like, yeah, that's bound to happen.
in school, want to get laid.
What?
I mean, this is
Literally no one does that.
There is a push for pleasure-based sex. Pleasure for who?
My oldest is 9 years old. She's in 3rd grade, and she's been exposed to things, and we do have conversations about it. But that's a conversation that I should be having with my 9-year-old daughter. If a 6th grader or a 4th grader is going to be prompted by a teacher, hey, what are your pronouns? As a parent, I should have a heads up about that because they're not even going to
Why?
understand the question.
Why? Like, it's the exact same thing about, like, you know, having a conversation about them with, like, literally any other thing. And, like, explaining to kids on what certain things are.
And so I think that the idea that those conversations are started in the classroom instead of in the home is a big problem. I have a family member who first day of 6th grade was asked for her pronouns, and she stood up and said that as a person of faith, she believed that God didn't make a mistake making her a girl, and so therefore she identified as a she, her, and she was sent to the principal's office and punished for that decision.
What?
Thankfully, we haven't seen that broadly yet, but I think it's really damaging to take a shy, innocent 11-year-old child and make them stand in front of a classroom and determine something that they maybe haven't even put that much thought into.
I like what you said, Sean, about how you were emphasizing, how a lot of parents today felt a goodness of the way that sexual education was conducted in the past. So there is an agreement that sexuality should be talked about in schools. The disagreement is whether it should just be purely heteronormative or if we should include all aspects of sexuality. I don't think that we're doing demonstrations to encourage children how to have sex, but this is something that we are trying to, again, educate and make them aware that this kind of things happen. And while you grow up, you're going to have to experience somebody who's of this orientation.
Kids are naturally curious.
Is this the Hasanabi head?
What I'm hearing from you is I understand.
That was in the anti-vaxxer video.
But then where's the line between that sex education and introducing them to porn? Because porn can be
Wait, what? No one's making the argument that porn is educational. The only reason why people think porn is educational is because they don't receive adequate sex ed. Like, if they actually received adequate sex ed and not just taught abstinence only, people wouldn't be fucking turning to porn to try and figure out, like, how everything fucking works. Like, no. Porn is not educational. It is strictly entertainment. It's like, it's the exact same thing. Like, you consume it for pleasure. Like everything else. It just so happens to be that the form of entertainment that it is sexual in nature. That's the only difference. Like it's just fucking silly. No normal fucking person makes that argument.
I was a virgin when I got married, and for years I was made fun of and heard, well, how are you going to know if you don't try it? We hear that a lot too. If you haven't tried to kiss a girl to see if you like it or not, then how do you really know that you're not a lesbian? How do you really know that
Yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, I fully think that people should be more open to experimentation. Not only with, like, just their own bodies, but like their sexuality and everything. Because, to be honest, you don't know until you've, like, done so. Like, by all means, like, if you don't want to do so, you don't have to. But I think experimentation is not necessarily a bad thing. It helped me figure out who I was.
you're not gay if you've never slept with a guy? How do you really know that you want to be in a monogamous relationship if you don't sleep around? And when you start to introduce those questions to children, specifically prepubescent ones, they're going to naturally be curious, and their emotional and hormonal maturity is not there to be making those types of decisions
Literally,
that have lifelong impact.
literally no one fucking does that.
Right, and a lot of them are learning at home because just like you guys are saying, they come home to tell you things. Well, guess what? Those same kids come to school and talk about what you're telling them at home. You'll be surprised what I hear from students when I do a "What do you think?" Well, let me tell you what my mama and daddy did. And look, I don't have time. Your kid is not that important to me. Not to be rude, I got like 300 students. Your kid is no more important than the other 299. So I don't have time to sit up here and let me get you to think like me. I can't get my own 23-year-old to think like me. At the end of the day, what needs to happen, and this is just my own personal take, parents need to start being parents, because a lot of times the teachers are the parents. They're parenting your kids because absentee parenting.
I think that this conversation is really interesting, and I think we need to step back and look at why we automatically assume that if we're telling our children about lesbians, gay people, queer people, why do we immediately equivocate that to telling them about what sex is? That can just be something as simple as here's
That is very true. Because, like, when you have a heterosexual relationship or whatever, like, you see people, like, two people kissing, your mind doesn't automatically go to sex. Like, you're fucking crazy to think, if you see, like, two gay guys kiss, like, you're automatically assuming that they're fucking that they're butt fucking. Like, you don't do that with a heterosexual relationship. So why the fuck is it, like, the same thing with like, gay couples? Like, it's so stupid. Like, I completely agree with her on this.
In this book, there are 2 dads. This book character has 2 dads. And kids, they
That's
can be
perfectly
inquisitive,
fine.
and that's good, right? But also, like, they're gonna be like, cool, there's 2 dads.
All these kids know that there's a dad and a dad and a mom and a mom, and the culture is teaching all of that. So what we've noticed is that the curriculum in 8th grade and up is a lot deeper than that. It's more like, here is how you can have sex so you do not get pregnant.
Yeah.
Illustration of anal sex. That is the stuff that we are now reacting against. And that, sadly, is the trust that's being broken between
What?
teachers and parents.
Yeah, and I think we're moving into a conversation about comprehensive sex ed. What I am talking about is when I go into this classroom and I'm teaching kids, I'm not going to just teach kids material that is heteronormative.
Out of curiosity, it sounds like what you're saying is you want to be able to introduce all ways of life. Like these are the people that you will encounter with throughout life.
That is what I'm arguing. Yes.
So would it be okay to include a book with a man having a relationship with a 12-year-old in that book? I know it's a
What?
Hold on, but just hear me out.
Wait, what? Wait, what? He's literally doing the fucking gay people are pedophiles. Like that was happening like even during after Stonewall. But granted, now it's moved to fucking trans people. Like I do hear it come up every now and again from homophobes. Like, come on, bro. There are fucking laws put in place about that.
Pedophiles.
No, I'm not.
And no,
I-
that's
I'm-
not okay.
That is
No,
not-
no, no.
not.
You're drawing a line that I'm not drawing. And, the
And you're
reason
definitely crossing a line that
I
should
agree.
never be
I agree. It is.
crossed.
I agree. And this is why I'm bringing it up: is who establishes the boundary.
The law.
But what
Period.
law? The law is.
The law.
But the law that's been signed in in
No,
some
no,
few
I'm
states.
sorry. No, there's laws against between adults having sex with children. Now, if a student had to,
And it's really funny coming from a conservative, considering conservatives love things like fucking child beauty pageants, fucking grooming and all that. Like it's fucking gross. Like that shit needs to come to an end. Like, sorry.
parents who happen to be of the same sex, I'm not going to sit there and discount who they are in my class. I cannot do that. I sign a contract.
I would never ask anybody to uplift or suppress any child. I want there to be equality in the classroom. What I am saying is that there are factual instances where this is being taught in classrooms. I put my
What?
children out of public school because there are so many instances of this happening. I am a parent. I'm looking in the book bag every day. I'm checking in with homework. I am talking to the teachers and the principals, and I'm involved. But we didn't know that, during class, there were images shown of literal sex acts or describing certain situations
Wait,
that
what?
were inappropriate for young children.
We have a belief system at home, and the children want to break the boundaries of that belief system naturally because we're human beings. That's just what we do. And
I mean, it also doesn't necessarily help that like across the globe, especially in like more Western countries, people are becoming less and less religious. So I think it's just you have a little bit of pushback about your fucking your child not believing the things that you believe as well. I think that is a factor in it as well.
we're trying to confine them to a set of beliefs to say this is what is right in our home. And we're seeing the schools get funding from Planned Parenthood. They tried to pass a bill to put medical facilities to offer abortions in high schools here in California. And it's gradual, right? It starts with, this is a book that has two dads. This is a book with two moms. And it's just a gradual curiosity that could leverage and break away that child from the root in the home.
My education growing up was fully public education. College is where I started getting a curiosity for truth and education, and I think I'm so passionate about the education system today because it is obviously broken, but how do we fix it? Many of these progressive ideas in fixing it is just more empathy, sympathy, safety, but in reality, I see the public school system isn't actually accomplishing the goal of what education is, which is teaching critical thinking, how to understand, how to...
Yeah, but like the thing is though, is that like when that does actually happen, you give fucking pushback about it.
ask good questions and then comprehend how to problem solve.
Affirmative action is racial discrimination.
No, it's not.
There was a high school down the street from where I live in Los Angeles that encouraged all the kids of color to apply for their school play. And only once all the kids of color received whatever positions they wanted, then the white kids could apply. That, in my opinion, is an example of discrimination. The fact that we now have Harvard has black-only kids' dorms, that to me is segregation.
With affirmative action, we've seen with Harvard lawsuits and other things.
Bro, she probably fucking loves segregation. Like, I imagine that, like, the black dude that's, the black professor that's here, like, he's making her shit her pants.
Is how it's backfiring, and it's picking and choosing of which minorities can and cannot have success. It was done to try to create or make up for the wrongs of our past.
Or it could be, you know, helping out undermined communities to bring them more up to speed, and trying to make things slightly more equal for other marginalized groups. Like the thing is that, like, most places like fucking Harvard and shit, like, yeah, there is a financial incentive for them for sure, but generally speaking, it's more or less of it's more or less of like they had historically like all fucking black all fucking white graduations and everything, and like applications and everything. They were specifically looking at race over qualifications.
But I think it's really backfired.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, excluding those excelling students in other races to fix the problems of the past, like you said. But I think the past.
So what they're trying to do.
Of minorities that were excelling and doing really well.
Despite the foot of
Exactly.
the government, and like
Yes.
kudos to them.
Yes.
Incredible, strong human beings. And we shouldn't have that discrimination in any way anymore. But unfortunately, it has become a discrimination against other groups.
What?
Yeah, it's racism. It is racism. If you are taking a group of people and judging them on their race and setting them aside, giving them a special treatment, if you are uplifting a person or you are trying to suppress a person because of
I love the fact that they think that this shit is actually happening, especially in America. Like, no, dog, that's not happening at all.
race, that is racism. So we're supposed to believe that someone like Barack Obama's children are like struggling because they're black? Like, that's ridiculous. So I pulled my oldest daughter out a public school in Florida. We were having debates about
Bro,
pulling
I
down
swear to
statues
God,
and
they all
changing names,
came.
and some of the school board members and some of the activist groups were saying that black children could not learn because of names on buildings, and that is completely asinine to me. It
What?
basically says that because we have a higher level of melanin, somehow our brains don't work.
Wait,
Every
what?
other kid could walk into the building and get the education that they needed, but somehow
That's literally not true. Like, literally only fucking white supremacists and white supremacist sympathizers think that way. Like, no. If everyone had access to the same quality of education, we could have had, like, I don't know, 1,000 more Einsteins alone in, like, America. It's just that, you know, the biggest thing that comes down to it is the classist perspective. Like, it's just silly.
somehow not for you black children. And I found that to be just disgusting. And I did not want my children to have any type of idea coming from authority figures who believed in such things like that.
First of all, I would like to say that affirmative action programs, the biggest beneficiary according to the data, and this has been government data, has been white women first and foremost. Second of all, I would never use Barack Obama's kids as a barometer for anything because they do have privilege as well as Will Smith kids. But if we talk about Laquan Smith down the street that nobody knows, there will be some impediments based on his race. Yeah.
Why? How do you know that?
Because people do tend to look and see race. What you were talking about is just racism, but when it's institutional and structural, it does something totally different. And when the black wealth gap is 100 years behind the white wealth gap in America, it'll take 100 years to catch up.
Why do you think that's because of racism, though? You take one thing and say that is the cause for every person of color.
The data
that,
bears out.
what data? What data is saying that
There's plenty of data.
black people are behind? Because there are many black people that aren't behind, that are doing much better than other people.
No, you're absolutely right. And there are outliers in every single community. There are very strong, members of the black community that are very affluent. There are also a majority that live in poverty. And if we see a bunch of cities that are majority person of color, and we're trying to recognize why have these places stayed at a very stable poverty line? But there are systemic reasons to why these communities are like that. How would you say that?
I would say probably because of policies that are in
That's
those cities.
Racist policies, absolutely.
Hold on, we gotta define terms. When would you say that Watts and Compton became the way that it is? Was it like that in the 40s and 50s?
No, it's a growth
No,
because
I'm
of the
asking
policies,
you,
from
when-
redlining policies that were enabled.
In California?
Yeah, absolutely. California put in racist policies. I would never deny that.
All of these supposed solutions are actually hurting. Wouldn't a better solution be to teach our kids that we're all born in the image of God? We should all
No.
treat one another equally. And if you're or if you don't
Okay,
believe
then
in
all men
God,
should be
then
No, because if you do that, you'll end up with more fucking teenage pregnancies, more fucking violence within relationships, as well as more abortions, as well as more unwanted pregnancies as well. That's just how it is.
we're all equal, right? If you come from a poor neighborhood, whether you're black or Hispanic or an immigrant from anywhere, obviously you don't have the same privileges that somebody who comes from a wealthy community, but that has nothing to do with your color. I don't think that if you're an impoverished black kid or you're an impoverished white kid, one should receive a resource and the other should.
But the thing is that due to white supremacy in the American system, it's going to happen. Like, the thing is that, like, the white person, like in this scenario, the white person will have a significant better chance of social mobility and education opportunities, and just opportunities in general, comparatively to the poor black kid. It is a structural system based off of white supremacy.
Would you say that it's economic then is the reason that causes these disparities?
Economic, but I don't think it's
But-
related to color.
But would you say if there's a majority of a particular group that lies underneath the poverty line in economic, that race has anything to do with that?
It
is what you're saying?
could, but it's just not blanket. You don't know. And why don't we look at the families, the black families, who have done those amazing things in this country and study what they did to succeed, instead of just focusing on, oh, well, black people are behind and we don't even know what to do. Well, why don't we just go and look? Since you are a professor, wouldn't that be, you go and look at what has worked?
Well, I would never just go to you and just look at you. And I'm sorry, it's just the reality of the data. And so what I share...
Data can be broken up in umpteen
I do think him taking the data approach is fucking stupid. Like, you're not going to get across to them with data. I think taking this guy's approach is significantly better.
Yes, it can. You're a professor and you're saying that data cannot be manipulated? This is why my kids do not go to public school anymore.
And I'm glad they don't.
I just think it's interesting. I'm thinking of like an anecdotal story I have.
Fucking Chad. I'm glad they don't.
I serve majority black and brown students. Over 70% of our families under the poverty line. These are some of the hardest working people I have ever seen in my life. They get up, they have 2 or 3 jobs, 3 or 4 children.
I would argue
because of their economic status, right?
Because of liberal policies that
What?
is the government telling them that they can and cannot succeed because of how
Wait,
high our
what?
property taxes are here, because we do not have school choice where they can take their dollars somewhere else. If you put those same families in redder districts in the country, like places in Florida and Texas,
They'd be worse off. Sorry, they would be worse off. Because the funny thing is that those in more democratic areas tend to have things just marginally better, just the ever smallest little sliver better. Because, you know, obviously the fucking Republicans don't give a shit.
or Virginia, where they have better options for their family, you would definitely see them be able
And
to
where
succeed at
black
different.
and brown children are still underperforming in schools?
True.
Coming from Florida, the school that I was at, it's graded from like A to like D, F. When I started there, it was a C school. Very poor performing. And technically, sure, they have school choice. They don't have state tests anymore. But they're still so badly performing. The community of it, black, brown, very little white students in that community. But not to say that student of color can't be more affluent, but I think it's ridiculous to kind of say that color doesn't play a part into disparities and just disadvantages. So in Florida,
It does.
a lot of people that I had encountered
In America, it does.
weren't
And here,
kind
too.
to others, and sometimes I would have coworkers call students retarded and using racist slurs and things like that. And from my standpoint, hearing something like that, it disgusted me. My coworkers very quickly were able to kind of distinguish me from the rest. Like, if I was gonna come to the teacher's lounge, more hushed conversation, people wouldn't share as much as they used to just because I would call out behavior like that.
And she's right to do so. No, it does not. America has a gigantic gun problem.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree.
And the thing is that, like, with the introduction of fucking security guards or police officers or whatever the fuck they have on school grounds, and, you know, them still having fucking the mass amount of school shootings and mass amount of murder that they do at schools because of it is, like, it's just silly. Like, it's 100% a gun problem in America. It has nothing to do with fucking arming teachers. Arming the teachers it's not going to solve the issue of kids dying at school.
So I was really in between. I didn't really know how I felt about this issue at first. But then I started looking at places that had armed their teachers. So I believe that model is good. It has to be voluntary.
Yes.
So the teachers have to want to do it themselves. They have to be well trained.
Yes.
They have to have background checks periodically. That has been successful.
If we're trusting teachers, which in some cases we do, in some cases we don't, but if my mindset is that if we're going to trust teachers to mold our children's minds and educate them, they're there for 8 hours a day. We should also trust and kind of enable them to protect themselves and our kids physically.
I think by no means should we ever force a teacher to carry a gun, but if a teacher is willing to take on the responsibility of learning how...
Okay, then what about kids? Why not fucking arm the kids? Why not do that? A serious question. Why not? They can defend themselves, right? No, it's fucking psychotic. You guys just need to get your fucking shit together when it comes to common sense gun control.
To handle a weapon properly, I think that we should allow them to do that for us, and it frankly would be an incredible service to us.
All right, so just to break it open, this conversation is so much more nuanced than to arm or not to arm. And if you want to save a school, you need to get parental engagement. Let's look at the mindset of the individuals that are going into these homes with firearms. Those individuals are not mentally okay. There's something wrong happening, whether it's at school, in the house, whether it's, who knows, maybe it's something they're consuming online. And I think that's the parent's job to continue to engage to make sure that child is healthy. A lot of these kids, as well, that are going into schools,
I don't disagree.
Healthy. They're coming from single-parent households. They're living with their grandparents. There's something intrinsically with their identity that's broken. And I think that whether you arm a school or you don't, it's not going to change it if you don't address the real issue.
I agree with you that people that are, perpetrating these crimes and these mass casualties are messed up individuals. I would absolutely agree. Mass shootings are a uniquely American problem. So if we try to understand what's the root, why does America solely have that problem, I would say it's a gun culture problem. So if the idea is, should we try to remove aspects of gun culture that really purvey in our society, should we do that, or should we just increase the amount of firearms we can have in every single space, just so that way we're properly ready for a gunfight whenever
I want
it
to
comes
clarify
up.
gun culture. Are you saying that there's like the shoot 'em up, bang 'em up video games? Or are you saying
No, I wouldn't say it's video games. I'd say
No.
institutions like the NRA that have
If it was a video game problem, we would see mass shootings all over the place. But the thing is that America's gun culture is just wild. Like The thing is that like I've been to the States a couple times, and I am genuinely terrified about walking down the fucking street and getting shot in America. I don't feel that here. Because like every place has violent video games, every place has fucking porn. It's not a monolith.
Impose, you know, you need to own not just firearms, but as many firearms as you can. I personally would not like to be armed. I do not.
Oh, it is the Hassan guy from the anti-vax video.
Lethal action in the classroom, and I want to make
he's fucking awesome, man.
Arming teachers is a response measure to particular violence that goes on in our schools here in America. And personally, I think we should focus more towards solutions to prevent these occurrences from happening, rather than just implementing responses implying that these actions will occur.
And I'm just going to be honest with you, you don't want me to have a gun, because I had to go back to therapy in the last few months, and so I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, what your plan was, but I would also say mental health. We got to understand, some of these school shootings are done because people have snapped.
People have natural biases and things like that, and people could act on those biases. Then they could be guns drawn and not a clear mind, you know? As a parent, how would you feel knowing that you don't know which teachers have a gun and you've had bad experiences with prior teachers? What if that teacher that absolutely, you know,
So
blown up
my answer to your question is I feel the same way about the guard in front of my kid's school. I don't really know the guard, but he's gone through training, and I presume that he knows what he's doing. And frankly, I feel the same way about a police officer. I don't need the police officer, but they've gone through training and they were willing to take on that responsibility. And so I would apply the same logic. It's so interesting that you bring that up, because it really ties back
fucking
to
hate
why
her.
I feel like we need to be careful about how much responsibility
really don't
we're
like her.
saddling teachers with teaching our kids values, right? On the one hand, the system is saying, trust our teachers, they know better than you parents. We should be able to teach them what they need to know about sexuality. On the other hand, you guys are admitting that many teachers are not really checked for mental issues. We don't really know what is happening in these classrooms.
I'm not
We
saying
don't
that
know about
teachers
what
are not
friction.
checked. We very frequently have like professional development days where we got self-care. So I wouldn't say many by any means. And when I'm coming into the workplace, I'm not bringing in all my baggage. As to say, you know, you go into your work, you're not like, oh, I'm so depressed, my kid's this,
So
that.
why, if there is a teacher who is willing to step forward and will go through the training and will go through the screening, why not empower them to save our kids? I mean, in Uvalde, if there was a teacher
Oh,
who could
she's
actually
fucking
save
using a
those children, then
Uvalde
maybe we would not have
piece of
seen
shit.
so much death.
When we place teachers with a firearm in the classroom, it takes the instance of a violent occurrence from a possibility in the minds of these children
To almost a game. Yeah.
Children don't know. It is a concealed and carry weapon that has gone through the process of the local sheriff's department, background check, training,
Yeah,
checkups,
no one knows
everything.
but the teacher
No one knows.
and the police department.
I have a logistical question.
Yeah.
Does this teacher have the gun on them?
Yes.
You wouldn't
It is
know.
holstered on them?
At all times.
It's a concealed carry.
It should never be in a place of a child.
It's illegal
No,
to
I know what a
brandish.
concealed
Right.
carry
I
is,
just want to
but
clarify.
my thing and why this question sort of enrages me. Why are we asking teachers to carry guns? When did this become an occupational hazard? When did we walk into school and people were like, by the way, you could be shot today, so maybe you want to have your Glock strapped on you because who knows, this might be your last day on earth. That is ridiculous. If you 50
Completely
years ago were to
agree.
look at a teacher and be like, hey, do you want to hold this gun with you? You know, like you might need it. They're gonna scratch their heads and look at you funny. This is opening up a bigger conversation, right? But I think that even though it is voluntary, right, we still need to have this conversation. Like it still needs to happen of why, even if a teacher was willing to carry a gun to school, they are even having to be asked to do that in the first place.
Completely agree.
Every
mean-
day I wake up.
I mean, fuck, we were just talking about, like, we've been talking about the QP shit for, like, almost a fucking month at this point. Yeah, no, teachers and just education workers in general are not paid enough.
And I hand to you guys the most precious thing in my entire life, my children. I think that it's important that our society will reflect how much we value you guys. I think that you should receive bonuses if you do a great job. If you're able to represent all of us as Americans, both conservatives and liberals, and you're able to speak on our behalf and take care of our children, we should reward you for that, and you should feel rewarded for that. And so I don't know exactly what you make, but I think it is really important that we invest in you and we pour into you. And when I see the entire budget that the state of California, for example, spends on education, and I realize that a sliver fraction of it only goes to you guys, it breaks my heart, and frankly, it makes me so angry. I don't need more bureaucrats. I need more good teachers.
I left the K through 12 and went to the community college, and I do pretty well. So I'm going to be clear with that. But also, I have a
So
master's.
you're not oppressed. Thank
So
God.
I have a master's, but I had to work really hard to get where I'm at.
What?
But I'm also in a doctoral program, and you're right, I'm paying out of pocket too. Again, I had a student the other day saying, I can't pay my electric bill. How much is your electric bill? I'll pay your electric bill. And so I put up students in hotels because they have nowhere to live. I have
That's a good
student
guy.
who doesn't have a family. He told me the other day, I need a dad. I said, I'll be your father, because it just broke my heart that a 19-year-old is in this world alone, doesn't have family.
Yeah, I would be scared to calculate how much I spent for my classroom, right? Like all the materials, all the things that I'm purchasing, all the things that I'm doing. And it's just interesting to think that we are always told, teachers are heroes, they're teaching the youth of America, but also we're not gonna give you enough money to survive comfortably. You're gonna struggle every day. There have been days when I go to work and I'm like, am I gonna have money to put gas in my car? I guess we're gonna find out, right? And I know so many other teachers who are struggling to keep afloat. I can't even imagine I can't even think about having a family as a teacher. I think that growing up, I was not the strongest student. I didn't necessarily see the point in what we were doing. And I think that ultimately that felt like it was because education was something that I had to get through, not necessarily something that I was obtaining. But I think
True. I felt the exact same way.
what really pushed me to go into teaching was wanting to give kids a space where they didn't feel the way I feel growing up, where they felt like they had power to make choice in their education, and that their education could be powerful in aiding them to do what they wanted to do.
So I'm not a teacher. I don't know how much you guys make. And I'm not going to use you as the example. I'm going to use a friend of mine. She's been at a school for a number of years. I want to say it's 6, 7, 8 years, and she's become tenured. And through her tenureship, she's accumulated so much wealth. I'm appalled at how much she's making, because she teaches Spanish to 6th graders, and she's making over $150,000 a year.
Can I ask you a question? What kind of school does she work at?
Public school?
Interesting.
Yeah. And
how much experience goes on with that too?
It must, I'm assuming.
You would think charter schools and private schools in America would make a fuck ton of money for that. I'm not even fully convinced that it's a public school, to be honest with you. Because if it was a public school, they would not be making that kind of money.
Because you've invested into your career, which I think everybody should. But for me, I look at it as you're making $150,000 in 9 months.
The prompt very clearly was, are teachers paid enough?
Yes.
And I mean, we're not. I've had to work second jobs doing DoorDash just because I wasn't making enough. If you look at these shoes, they are ripped, they are broken. From a teacher wish list, I could not even buy these shoes myself. You know what I'm saying? Sure. I don't make enough money.
So I wanted to clarify, this isn't an absolute. I'm not saying that every teacher is paid enough. I have no idea what your salary is. I have no idea any of those details. I'm just recognizing that if a teacher is getting 9 months and their salary is in 9 months, they get a summer off. Most of society isn't given 3 months to just
That's
go on
assuming
vacation.
they have 3 months. I'm an 11-month employee. For 1 whole month out of the year, I'm not paid anything. Nothing. I have to figure out my funds, save money that I don't have to try to supply for a month and a half. I don't get supplementary income. That doesn't happen.
Critical race theory is anti-American.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'll go first. My daughter, same teacher actually, who was asking about her pronouns, she said that she was going to be introducing some race-themed books. My daughter recorded this conversation in class.
I don't like her, and I do not like her.
So what proceeded to happen is she started to talk to the children in their, identity groups. Oh, as an African-American child, how are you discriminated against? As an Asian child, she went through all of, except white people. It became total chaos in the classroom. There was no education going on here. They were just literally going at each other, talking about who was more oppressed. It's not a matter of if something was racist, it's a matter of when something was racist or how the racist thing happened. So
Wait,
they
what?
automatically assume critical race theorist, that racism is embedded into every single thing. How do you look?
But it literally is in America. I think that it's the same thing here. Like acknowledging that, shit was bad and racist in hindsight is not necessarily a bad thing.
A child, specifically a black child, in the eye and tell them, I'm sorry for you. Because of your skin color, there's no hope for you in the greatest country literally for them, because black Americans are the most successful black people in the entire world. And then turn around and look at a white child and say, sorry, you're responsible for the atrocities of 200 years ago.
All I have to add to that is that in our home and with our faith, I teach my children that it is awful to make someone feel hopeless or pitied. You're damning them to a future of failure if you are telling them, oh, I pity you and I'm going to do these things for you, instead of coming alongside them and supporting them and doing something for themselves that pulls them out of that hopelessness. And I think that those are two of the worst things that we can do as a broader society.
You know what I love about America? My mother immigrated from Morocco. She's a Jewish person. Everywhere around the world, we're known as the Jew. In America, we're known as American. And I think there's something so powerful about empowering any community to be American and to succeed based on your own merit. We don't look back into why we can't. We look into why we can. And so when my family taught me since I was a little girl, I can, I learned that I could. And that's why I think this country has empowered me so much. I want to see the same thing for kids of all colors in the United States. But if we're teaching them that there is no hope for them and that people will always look at them in a different way, then how are they going to hear the message of I can? My question for liberal teachers is, do they think that it's the right place for them to impose liberal ideas in classrooms, knowing that they have many students who come from conservative families? And I find that many of the schools have become...
I mean, yeah, challenging their preconceived beliefs and notions passed from their parents, regardless of what stance they have, and having them come to their own conclusions is a good thing.
Battlegrounds for those kinds of ideas, and when teachers are bringing those issues to the classrooms, it's forcing families and conservative kids to have to address these issues, and we believe that they're simply too young to deal with those kinds of complex matters at that age.
Okay, so first of all, I think we need to define what critical race theory is. Critical race theory is a theory that Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw and a bunch of former Harvard law students came up with, where they theorize that within certain American laws, racism is just embedded. And so I'm sorry for your experience, because you shouldn't have to go through that. Nobody should have to go through that. I don't tell my son you can't do anything. I have told my son you have to work twice as hard. I have to tell my son, you're a black man in America, there's certain things you need to do to survive.
He's right.
I mean, first, I think the idea that we are teaching children critical race theory in schools is ridiculous. As he pointed out, this is a high level, like university level framework. You are not gonna walk into like Isabel's elementary school 5th grade classroom and see Isabel telling these people about the legal structures. In my opinion, how I define myself as an American, right? I define myself as someone who is proud of my country, someone who can look at the mistakes that my country has made in the past and the things that are keeping other people oppressed, and recognize that these are still existing and that we need to work towards changing that. So I don't see how critical race theory could be anti-American, because that's how I define American. And I think it's very nuanced because people define American in many different ways,
I actually
right?
don't completely disagree with your definition of it. I think that maybe you think it's systemic and I think it's the individual. But I think that even in nuanced ways,
systemic,
like the example
though.
that she gave, I've heard examples where my nieces have been segregated in the classroom at 4th and 5th grade. And like, well, did this happen to you? Do you have a 2-parent home? Are your grandparents raising you? And like, there's...
Well, here's the thing. Like, I actually have experience on this because I was I know some people who were actually separated during schooling. The reason on why that happened was because they were brothers and they would just be talking the entire time and not actually be focused on their work. That's why that happens. at least from what I was told.
There's this line of victimhood, and as a woman that has dealt with sexism, I do definitely teach my daughters, like, as a girl in this country, it is going to be a different experience than your father had. But I don't think it's beneficial at all to kind of institute that victimhood in their long-term mentality, because then you actually start to see kids that are like, oh, well, they're different than me, so therefore their life could be better or worse than mine. And instead of engaging with those people, they step away.
I don't believe that there's a victimhood to it. I think it's just kind of amplifying that, hey, this is the truth, this is what happens, and let's move forward with that. Having that knowledge to be able to kind of navigate through life is better than just, oh, well, I assume I'm the same as, you know, my white counterpart. Oh, why is she able to do this? Why does she have this opportunity that I don't have?
But they are the same.
But she has that opportunity.
They are the same, is what we're saying.
I think what the difference is, we're stating normative statements, and you guys are claiming that we're presenting prescriptive claims. So the normative statement that we're presenting is, these
Let's go,
events
Mason.
happened in American history. These are the outcomes that have led from those events. What you guys are saying is, we're then adding prescriptive statements, which is, that's why you should never really try, because you'll never make it in this country.
That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that if you negatively press a child with these thoughts, that will be the outcome, because that's how human beings work. This is a psychological fact.
What?
The quality of education is the government's job.
I believe it is the government's job. Look, our funding comes through government. I mean, our schools are government entities. So it is. Policies are government. Everything's government. I mean, if you're in public education, you're in government. We're bureaucrats. That's literally our job. So it is government's job. So yeah, I believe it is. I believe it is the job of the government, because schools are government. That's literally what they are. They're government institutions.
Yes, I completely agree. Government provides a certain quality to education. Obviously, they haven't provided those funds, they haven't provided those policies that are pro-teacher or anything like that. So it really shows in our education, in kids, and all around. We're just not at the quality that other countries are at.
I was going back and forth because what a government is, you know, oftentimes is characterized as like this entity of like a group of people up there deciding what goes on. Where no, like government is just collective organization. Does the government have a role in education? Absolutely. I think that parents have to play a role as well, and you know, not only being involved with what their kid is learning in school, but also, you know, reinforcing strong educational skills. And that doesn't happen unless there is parent involvement. I know
He's popping off.
the kids
Let's
that
go.
are being worked on at home versus the kids that aren't. And it plays out in test scores, it plays out in their engagement in class, and it plays out in their behavior.
You have to remember that we're a representative government, that it's based on the people.
No,
these
it's
public
not.
School systems are waiting for the parents to come in and say, this curriculum is not what I want to teach my kids. We, the taxpayers, control the curriculum, but the problem is we haven't been engaging in that system because we've been so distracted and pulled away from the education from our kids.
No, I would agree. The communities need to absolutely be more involved in their school boards and what's going on in education. And unfortunately, we don't have that. And oftentimes, a lot of politicians, albeit Republicans that are trying to cut a lot of social programs and a lot of social investment, as well as corporate Democrats who want to cut a lot of social investment, both of those, you know, we see areas of corruption within our education system.
Well, and let's be clear on what we're talking about government is. So when we talk about on a local level, it is government. That's literally what government is. When your kid goes into the school, they're going into a government institution. So I think when we're talking, we're not talking about parents not being involved. I want you involved. Heck, please be involved. So I think our issue, when we were talking about government, we weren't talking about excluding parents. We were talking about it is government's job to make this entity, which is public education, function. It has to. If government's not involved, you have no money.
So you guys teach in government schools, public schools. Essentially, you're teaching a diverse student body. You have conservatives, you have liberals. How can you better represent us, half of this country? It's sadly causing us to lose faith in you guys. We want to support you guys. We want to send our kids to your schools and your classrooms.
And I think that when we talk about all
I mean, most of it is just culture war bullshit that comes from conservative parties to rally up their base, to get people like that thinking, or to get like the conservative voters thinking like that, being like, no, it's the fucking schools and shit that are turning your kids gay and trans or whatever the fuck. Like, it's just silly.
All these differences, you know, how do we sort of represent both of these sides, right? How do we bring these people together? I think it's also really important to remember that historically this curriculum is one-sided in favor of conservative views, in favor of supporting white students, not students of color, right? And so I think that we really, as a country, need to take a look at our education system. I think we can all agree that there needs to be a lot of change in the system, right? And look at how we can build a system that represents, reflects, validates the experiences and identities of everybody.
Beautiful. That was good, girl.
All right. Time. Yeah. I think I'm gonna end stream here. It's nice to sit back and have a little bit of fun every now and again. So yeah, I guess next time we'll have some fun, whatever. Not too sure what next stream is gonna be, so yeah, hope to see everyone then. Until then.